Good morning. I don't have another voice. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for November 19, 2025. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Hello? Are you going to speak? You need to stand up and raise your right hand. Thank you. That's your left hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning again, everyone. Our first case, page 46, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24030628, case address 16 Road 84, owner William C. Morris Post. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 1:30:25. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100, total of $18,000. The city is requesting the full amount. And the fines continue to accrue.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 24016, property address 1620 West State Road 84. The following violation remains: 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are multiple food truck businesses operating without the required stationary/mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for businesses purposes which are prohibited accessories for mobile food trucks. The following food trucks does not have a BTR: Venezuelan Fast Food, Shakir Aga, Los Picosotos, French Touch, Aja Food Trucks, Ghost Beats, Toro Grill, Piakir, Curacao Barbecue, and Vegan Junkie. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violations remain. Per city zoning department, only Jerky's Grill food truck is allowed on property. The city is here to listen to why they have not got BTR.
Please state your name, Councilor.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. We have attempted to get business tax licenses. We've been jerked. I'll put this nicely. We've been jerked around by zoning for the better part of a year. I was informed this morning that there is going to be a meeting between all the higher ups in the building department to get this moving. Know when that meeting is occurring? Perhaps.
Magistrate. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. The city would like to request a 71-day extension and a reappearance.
Why two? All right, 71 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
This next case, page 47, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24030623, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris Post, number 36. This case was first heard 9/26/24.
Property zoning
Are we doing the same deal for this? 71 days, suspend fines, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon? Oh, you want?
for a total of $11,000. The city's request
Five, Special Magistrate Order 30. Or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter. Violation 47-22.3.U.1 has complied. Violation 47-22.9 is not complied. Signs has been erected at this B3 zone property without the required permits from the city. Has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/12/2025. Has been
the city has questions regarding to be answering the question, and the last tenant, Premier Health, Mr. Fairman, has been in communications with Premier Health, so that permit is in the works.
Okay, is the tenant submitting the permits?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So we want a 21-day extension. I think there'll be enough time to clear up the 3 permits.
Okay, any objection?
No, I don't oppose.
All right, 21 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
And I think with an order reappear.
Okay. But you can't, I have December 4th and then not till January 29th.
Madam Magistrate,
Oh,
the inspector said you can do 71 days.
but, okay, all right. What we're going to do is give you 71 days and an order to reappear because my calendar just
So
won't allow you to
what's the date in
reappear.
January?
It's January 29th.
Okay, thank you.
There's no hearing this date? No.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24100382, case address 5108 Northwest 10 Terrace, owner BIC Corp. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 7/18/25 and 8/12/25 and 9/9/25. One suspension from 10/14/25 to 11/19/25. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $12,300. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. As Special Magistrate on 10/14, Special Magistrate granted a 36-day extension for violation 9-280H and 10 days for violation 18-12A in order to reappear. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation 9-280H is not in compliance. The fence wall is in disrepair. Permits are currently on file for the fence that's in disrepair. Violation 47-21.16.8 has complied, and violation 9-305A has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 12, 2025. This is the order to reappear.
Okay, so please state your name again for the record.
Sure. Benjamin Sunshine from Brinkley Morgan on behalf of the property owner, BIC Corp. Also with me today is the property manager, William Fairman.
Okay. All right. We have one more issue with the fence. What's going on with that?
Sure. So it was a fence. Part of the fence was in disrepair because I guess it broke or fell down. So what the property owner is doing is we're removing the entire fence and replacing that entire fence, sorry, it wasn't a fence, it was a wall, I'm sorry. Replacing the wall with a fence with a gate. In order to do that, we applied for 2 permits. One was a demolition permit, and the second permit was for the actual fence. Those permits went through, and the work on the property is actually starting today. So because of that, we're asking for the 71 days, and hopefully with an order to reappear, and hopefully we'll be done before the 71 days.
Okay, granted. 71 days, order to reappear, suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 25050435, case address 535 Hendricks Isle, owner Amarillo PMG. This case was first heard at 9/9/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addressor is read. The city does not object to a 71-day extension to continue to restore the parking lot.
Okay, gentlemen, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Richard Abdo, owner and president of the Condo Association. Also with me is Scott Pakes, one of the owners and board member.
All right. Are you in agreement with the 71-day extension?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25100135, case address 405 Hendricks Isle, owner Las Olas Hideaway LLC. This case was first cited 10/5/25 to comply by 10/5/25. 3 sections complied at $250 for a total of $750. Appeal deadline was 10/20/25. The city is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Kroc, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 10/5/2025 with the following violations observed. Violation 15-281A, vacation rentals operating with an expired certificate was withdrawn. Violations 5-2782B, maximum occupancy of this property is being exceeded. Observed approximately 40 to 50 people occupying the property. This violation is considered transient in nature and thus constitutes immediate civil penalty. Violation 15-2781E. There is a Chapter 15, Article 10 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. At least 6 vehicles were parked on the right-of-way across from the vacation rental belonging to the occupants. This violation is considered transient in nature and constitutes an immediate civil penalty. Violation 17-7100. There is non-amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property line. This violation is considered transient in nature and thus constitutes an immediate civil penalty.
Valerie Galsky for the owner. Am I ready?
No.
Not yet.
Hold on, I have to listen to this
Oh,
before you get your turn. All right, please state your name for the record.
Valerie Galsky, I'm the property manager. This is Lisa Puffer, the
Okay.
owner.
All right, what do you want to tell me in support of the appeal?
Well, I'm not really disputing that there was a violation there. The problem is that we were notified we were there in 15 minutes. So my question is, what's the current policy when you do, because we have emails back and forth, which I can give to you, where we were there, we talk of, no, we're not having a party. No, we're just want to spend the night with our family, like back and forth several times. So we went out to check,
Your due diligence with the client that was renting it.
Yeah, you need to state your name for the record.
My name is Lisa Puffer. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
There are definitely things that we have discussed and we're going to put into place with the noise. We need to put cameras. We want to fully comply. I see here, I did not have the knowledge. They did this after we confirmed everything. So I want to make sure that you understand that we're going to do everything in our power to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I sincerely apologize. I got the call from the cops, and
You called me.
I called you. You were there within 15 minutes. And from the time of the notice at 1, we had changed. I have documentation of the locks being changed because we do it remotely within less than an hour. So they had all vacated the property. That's what I'm here to let you know, that I'm going to do everything in my power.
I appreciate
We had
that.
somebody, we had bad eggs slip through. And I've been doing this with the city of Fort Lauderdale since you've been issuing licenses.
Mm-hmm.
And, we've had a very clean record with you. I've never been to a magistrate in Fort Lauderdale. We're responsible. We're a responsible property management company. What I want to know is, from the time we identify an issue, someone calls us, how much time? I mean, we were there immediately.
Well, there is a section of the code that makes you required to be there within an hour of being called. You're not being charged with not doing that.
No, I know. Yeah.
No,
It was a violation, clearly.
Over to your left, right here.
It's
Special
fine.
Magistrate.
I'm not disputing
Who's calling me?
I'm right here to your left. Antoine Lure, Acting Code Compliance Manager. So to answer your question, there's no time limit on how fast you come versus when the violation is issued. That only applies for if you don't respond within the hour. The violation happened. So whether you came within 5 minutes, respectfully, or 15 minutes, the officer was already there, had already observed the violations. The impact was already done to the neighbors. Somebody called. Right, so this wasn't contained just to that one property.
No, I
It spilled
understand.
into the area. So that just to answer your question, there's no.
Yeah,
So you could have been there in 2 minutes. The violation still would have been issued.
So what we've done in response to this, which we were in the process of doing, was cameras, noise sensors, full surveillance of the exterior of the property where we can log in and see it. There was a confusion between Lisa's being the responsible party and our being the responsible party. So there was a gap in who was needed to be notified. But regardless, there's a violation. Perfectly happy to pay the fine. But what I want to bring is that we have worked really hard with Fort Lauderdale. And we had a vacation rental license. Inspector Kroc was mistaken on that. We do have a valid license there. So we've been back and forth with y'all about the license. This year, it turned out to be kind of difficult to get all the paperwork done. So, I wanted that he understands that we've complied with everything. We have an inspection in about about 2 weeks.
Okay.
So, what I really want to know is, so there's no grace period. There's no nothing. You get a bad party in there and somebody calls, and it doesn't matter how fast you're there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
This is my first time. I've owned the property for less than a year. It's our first time. And I got, just so you know, I got this place because I stayed at Airbnbs. I have 3 young children, and I love to, cook my own food and all these different things. We use the property ourselves. I love that it's on a quiet street. and I really want to be an asset to the community. And I wanted to ask for grace. From what I understand, since it was 3 in one night, it's a 180-day, I guess, shutdown. I wanted to see if there was any grace, if we could, just decrease it. I did write an email. As soon as this happened, I had seen the halt. October 7th, I had everything pulled from Airbnb. I just wanted to see if we could have any grace.
Let's see what they say.
Yeah. Anything else from the city? Yeah, I could only rule on what's in front of me. Right now, your suspension is not in front of me. However, the suspension part of this code, in all honesty, is very strict. It doesn't give me a lot of discretion. If you have so many violations, it says I shall suspend. So, that's not in front of me right now. I don't know if it's on this docket. Yeah, next year it will be on the docket. So prepare yourself that that's coming down the road, because the evidence has been presented that there were violations. You don't have any evidence saying there were not violations, so I have no choice but to find the violations exist.
We have no problem paying the fine.
Yeah, I understand that.
We were wrong.
I understand
Yeah,
that. The problem is the suspension. It's a very strict part of the code. Yeah.
Yes.
And I agree it's very strict, but it's not within my purview, and it's not in front of me today to discuss it. So we'll have some more conversation about it, but
Okay,
when you come
we'll
back.
talk about it. I've
All
been
right?
back and forth with Ms. Mallory at the city and, making sure that they had everything up to date
I
in your
understand.
records as well.
Yes, I know that there are renters out there that are very diligent, and you seem like you are very diligent, but the code is very strict, and I can't distinguish between.
I don't know. I understand all that.
Okay.
I definitely
Okay.
understand all that.
All right.
But really, the level of confusion between the vacation rental department and the property managers is profound.
Okay.
The communication is difficult.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about
Well,
that. That's not
I would
something
like
that's
to be on the record that we've been extremely persistent in communicating with the city and documenting everything that's been going on. Just so you know, I have 30, 40 properties I manage.
Yeah.
So this is a big deal for me.
All right. Appeal denied, $750 fine. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll pay that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25080016, case address 1419 Southwest 27th Court, owner Home Inc. LLC, posted at property 102325, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 47-21.15.A. There are 9 palm trees and a water oak tree were removed from this RS-8 zone residential property without first obtaining the required permit from City of Fort Lauderdale Landscaping Department. This case will be brought to a special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and reversible violation. 9-305B complied. 18-12A complied. On November 13, 2025, violation 47-21.15.A was complied. At this time, the city is requesting $1,500 civil fine for the removal of 10 trees without a permit.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, this is Paula Coutinho for Home Inc. LLC. Your Honor, I wanted to speak with you guys because what happened with this situation was a miscommunication. So we acquired the property at the end of 2024, and we have been working with our engineers and architects. And so what we do the due diligence, and then we develop the plans. We currently have a new construction plan and a new construction permit that is in the city.
Were you aware that you needed a permit to remove these trees?
Yes, we were aware, but so that's where I think the confusion happened, because we initially, when we're doing the lot studies and everything, we go to the property with, our tree removal guy, arborists, the engineers and everything. And on that moment, I think what might have happened is our tree removal guy understood that he could move forward. And so much so that he mentioned now that the violation is dated from August 1st or something. But to my knowledge and my understanding, we received a notification of the violation after we had initiated the tree removal permit process. So this property was a product of a land split also. And so I'm thinking maybe there was some confusion there. I don't know. Maybe somebody else receives a notification. But when we received the notification, we already had submitted the permit after the fact and everything. And we were in touch with the city of Fort Lauderdale. And with the tree removal permit, we already paid. So we did everything. We closed the permit. Everything was done right. We paid the tree fund, the amount of $5,275. And we also paid for fines that were imposed by the city, $2,565, in a total of $7,840 already. And we did our permit. We complied with everything. We currently have a new construction permit in place, and we do have a landscaping sub-permit, of course, in which we're going to have, a lot of trees done and nice landscaping done. It's going to bring a good value for the street, because at the moment there is a lot of older houses there, so we have a very nice design and everything. So I think the lack of communication there, that's what happened. And since we already paid almost $8,000, I wanted to request these fines to be waived.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. In light of the fact that the way the code reads, I can fine up to $15,000 for this violation. I think $1,500 for all of those trees is reasonable. So that's what I'm going to impose. Thank you.
Even like with us already having paid the almost $8,000, because from those $5,000.
Yeah, that really has nothing to do with the violation here. There are different. I can't speak to what other departments collect in this situation, but this violation that comes in front of me, the code reads that I can fine up to $15,000. And so I think 10% of that, you're getting off easy, and you had 9 trees, so.
I know. I'm so sorry. Is there any way that we can try and mitigate it? I know it's already in 10%, but it's because we have spent so much money with this already.
No, that's it. $1,500. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 24090322, case address 1722 Northwest 8th Court, owner USA. Oh, they left?
They left. We'll call it at the end. They left. Sorry.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 25080164, case address 1701 Northwest 9th Court, owner JV Ready 9 Court LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
One left, right?
Moving on to page 31. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24110385, case address 1020 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner Carla Dumas and Maxwell Dumas. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25 and 10/14/25. 3 sections complied at $150 per day, $11,550 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24110385, address 1020 Northwest 5 Avenue. As of today's date, all violations have complied. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Maxwell Damus.
And my name is Koda Damus.
Okay, can you tell me why it took so long to get this property into compliance?
First of all, we have some issue with the weather because the first time we hire a constructor for the driveway, because he has somebody passed away on his family and his wife was in the hospital. So he took him some time, even though we already have all the paper that we already pay since we left the court on October 22nd. So it took him some time before he get it.
What was this contractor supposed to do? What part of this violation was for the contractor?
He's supposed to do the driveway.
Okay. Here's my issue with this case is that $9,150 in fines accrued for failure to pick up the trash.
Your Honor, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this area is a very challenging area and we don't live there. So even though we clean that place today and tomorrow when you go back, it's a different chaos. And then the property next door, sometimes they even stay to the other property to send trash to our property. So it's a very challenging. Even we hire people to take care. We even try to hire property manager to do the job for us. Nobody wants to stay because it's very, the safety is very compromised. So that's the issue for us. Sometimes even us, like for myself, I don't remember the last time I went to that place because I'm scared for my safety. So that's the reason. So we don't have any control now. We try to place some camera to see if we can have control. We cannot even find a property manager to help us with the property.
Okay. You are the property owner, so unfortunately, under the code, you are responsible, regardless of who puts the trash there, regardless of whether you hire somebody to pick it up and they don't do their job, you're still responsible. It's the way the code's written. So you have to figure out a way, if you're going to continue to own and manage this property, to keep it in compliance. And so we've accrued $11,550. Have you had prior fines on this property?
That's the first time.
Okay. All right. I will reduce the fines to $1,200.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. But I want you to understand that this is, going forward, this is your responsibility.
We understand.
Yes. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 38. Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 25050051, case address 452 Southwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 6, owner ACS 452 LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 10/14/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $7,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Inspector Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2505-0051 for the address of 452 Southwest 4th Avenue. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 8/12/25, Special Magistrate Moody ordered 63 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter per violation. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 11/4/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/18/25, and the property remained in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Jordan Brown. I'm the property manager.
Okay. Why is this taking so long?
Permitting. That's what it is. We're not looking to do lipstick on a pig. We're actually repaving and redoing concrete, which all require permitting. We have, and I have documentation of everything, but the contractor we hired, we gave a deposit to, has been working on the permitting. He had an issue which delayed things with the city regarding his license about a new law that was passed. The city of Fort Lauderdale didn't recognize. I have the information on exactly what it was he's claiming, but we're at the mercy right now of them. Like I said, and I discussed with the inspector, you know, if we were to repair it, which you could take a look at it, it's irreparable. Different situation, we can get that done without a permit, but this needs to be completely repaved. We want it to look good. We don't want to have to do it multiple times, and we're just waiting on the permitting at this point.
Okay, have the applications been submitted?
So the application was once attempted to be submitted, but the issue is with their license, like I was saying. So before they could actually submit the application, and this has been going on for 3 weeks now because all the stuff that they submitted for their license has been under review.
I'm going to give you 71 days and suspend the fines during that time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24080510, case address 801 North Federal Highway, owner ACS Flagler LLC. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 10/14/25. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $600, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24080510, address 801 North Federal Highway. This case was first heard at the September 9th hearing, where the magistrate ordered the property to comply by October 14th, 2025, totaling 35 days or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. At this time, the property is now in full compliance, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
The property is in full compliance, is it? Right, okay. All right, please state your name.
Jordan Brown, property manager. Weather, that's literally, we're 6 days over.
Yeah.
I wish I printed out the forecast for that month or so, but I was in full communication with the inspector, but we were 6 days late on it. I would ask for a reduction of admin costs.
What is admin costs on this, do you know?
Yes, the admin costs are $580.
It's not going to make a big difference. That's what I thought.
Better than 7, no? I mean, every bit
All
helps.
right, it's $600.
Thank you.
It barely covers costs.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 50. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25030516, case address 4040 Galt Ocean Drive, owner Ocean Manor Condo Association. This case was first heard 10/14/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, and fines start 11/20/25.
Inspector Robert Kroc, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. Right? This property was first inspected and found in violation of the noise ordinance 17-7.6. There is sound coming from a heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC equipment on this RMH 60 residential multifamily high-rise / high-density property in excess of the allowable limits. This property was last inspected by Code Officer DeGrasso also, and found that the property still remains in violation. Nation over 70 and 80 dBA, still exceeding the permissible decibel limits. But they have worked on it. They've replaced fans and much of the equipment there, and I believe we're changing something else next.
Yes. We've slowed
Please
down.
state your name for the record.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Charles Sposato,
Okay.
Board of Directors of the condominium.
Okay.
So we've ordered special controllers that will change the speed of the fan. We also ordered a fan, which is a new fan, which is supposed to run quieter, which actually is not installed
How much
yet.
time do you think you need?
Well, I think the 71 days we should have it.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
71 days, and I'm going to suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
You too.
50. Our next case, page 46. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2507-0086, case address 314 Isle of Capri Drive, owner 314 Isle of Capri LLC. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 10/9/25. One section not complied at $150 per day, $6,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25070086 for the property located at 314 Isle of Capri Drive. The case was last heard on September 9, 2025, and was given until October 9, 2025 to comply. For violation 47-34.1.A.1, it was complied on November 5, 2025. The city is seeking the full imposition of the fines.
Okay, please state your name.
The property owner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, why did we go over by 41 days?
Well, actually, my client complied, and as much as he could have, and I'll explain, there should not be any fine. So my client only ever hired one company who operates a website. Company is called Anchor for the boat listing, okay? Mm-hmm. He directed them well before the October 9th deadline, right? August 28th. Hey, look, change the pickup location, which was the only issue, away from the property address and to the 15th Street Marina. That's August 28th. It wasn't until months later, well after the deadline, that we find out that actually what the inspector was pulling this advertisement issue from was another website called getmyboat.com. My client has no relationship with that website, didn't know how that came about. He noticed that the reviews that were posted on getmyboat.com were actually just pulled from Anchor, the very same reviews. So he contacts Anchor and finds out that they actually push their listings to affiliate and third-party broker websites. This website is one of them. He had no idea that we were even talking about that website in the first place. And frankly, on August 28th, when he told Anchor, look, change the address, it should have been pushed to all their 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 broker websites and the affiliate websites. It wasn't, but he complied as much as he could have. He can only do what he has knowledge of. There are 1,000 websites and companies that pull, information and listings from other sites. So really, there should be no, the compliance was technically the 28th. There wasn't a communication about where this information was coming from. It should really be reduced to admin costs in this scenario.
Okay, what is admin costs? Do we know?
All right, the admin costs are $764.
Okay, anything else from the city?
No, the Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale, I was going to say, given the information at hand, that the city is not opposed to a reduction in fines.
Okay, so we'll reduce the fine to admin cost of, say it again, I'm sorry.
$764.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 52, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24120280, case address 22 Northeast 16th Place, owner Scott Morris. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25, 5/13/25, and 7/8/25. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $150 per day, $11,550 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24120280, address 22 Northeast 16th Place. As of today, all violations have complied. The city wants to ask the neighbor, do you waive all your rights to a Massey hearing? What that means, instead of coming back again to impose a fine, since the fines have complied already prior to. Are you okay with that?
That means that you did not get notice that the fines would be heard today. And so we can reset it for another time.
Now it's fine as long as our
conversation of earlier is taken
Well, I
into
can't tell
account.
you the result. I haven't heard anything yet. You have to
Go
make
ahead.
a decision.
Yes,
Okay.
fine, wonderful.
Okay, at this present time, also the city doesn't have, since I've been in constant contact with the property owner, the city is going to request the administrative costs to be imposed of $939.
Okay, so reduction from $11,550 to costs of $939. Do you have an objection to that?
No, I'm thrilled.
Thanks for
Thank
your
you.
diligence.
Our next case, page 48.
See you never.
Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25040673, case address 6100 Northwest 31st Way, owner Mahabin Zitabi. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25, 8/27/25, and 10/4/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. $12,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Excuse me? Thank you.
She should have came the other way.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first heard at Special Magistrate on 8/12/2025 and ordered 10 days to comply for violation 18-1, 15 days for violation 18-12A, and the remaining violation 63 days or $50 per day for each violation thereafter. Violation 18-1 is not complied. There's a public nuisance being created at the property. It's being maintained in a manner that the property may reasonably become infected or inhabited by rodents, vermin, and wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, and welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economy, welfare of adjacent properties, included but not limited to the storage in the backyard that's being exposed to the elements. Okay. And it may be attract rodents, and the waterfall is in disrepair and is collecting water that become a breeding place for mosquitoes and other animals. Violation 18-12A is not complied. Also, there's overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property. Violation 9-306 is not complied. The exterior building walls is not being maintained. Structural parts, the fascia, the soffits are in disrepair, and the exterior wall has stain and missing peel and paint. Violation 9-305B is not complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/12/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount of fines, an extension of 162 days, and stay of fines.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, I'm sorry, over here to your left. Your left. For clarity, it's a 127-day extension and the stay of fines.
Okay. 27. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Marjorie Zatabi. I wrote down.
Yeah, I saw that. You're asking for an extension. Are you in agreement with the 127-day extension?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I also want to say thank you to Mr. Lohr and Mr. Kendrick. They've been helping me since August, and they refer me to housing and community development, and I was approved for $60,000.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so they're going to work on it, and I have the inspector is going to come to see my house, so they're going to start repairing everything.
Okay, so it seems like everything's under control. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Oh, yeah, they already know. They're already on top of everything. Okay. And then they have the contact with Mr. Kendrick and also Mr. Lohr and also Katharina Johnson. So they're going to send a picture and everything.
Well, I'm glad you got the help you needed.
Oh, thank you. And you're going to see the picture before and after. Thank
Yes.
you.
All right, 127 days and suspend the fines during that
Yeah,
time.
so it's going to be like March 27th. So I'm sure it's going to be done
March
by that.
26th.
March 26th. Yeah,
Yes.
it's going to be done.
All right,
They
thank
told
you
me
so
that already.
much.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Our next case, page 57. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24120155, case address 833 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 through 8, owner Woodlands Rental LLC. This case was first heard 4/8/25 to comply by 4/18/25 and 7/8/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on September 9th, 2025 by Special Magistrate duty. The magistrate granted 71 days extension to comply for violations 47-20.20.h and 47-20.13.f, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 13th, 2025. The property remains in violation. Paving permit ending in 25070083 is on file and is in review as of November 18th, 2025. This is an order to reappear.
Please state your name for the record.
Niuska White.
Okay, why do we still have compliance here?
Well, I received a call yesterday from the contractor and the permit was approved yesterday.
Okay.
We were just waiting on that.
All right,
to get
okay.
approved.
All right. Any objection to 71 days to
No.
complete the work? Okay, 71 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 30. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25090322, case address 3411 Southwest 16th Street. Owner, Oscar Hernando Acosta Sanchez. This case was first cited 9/12/25 to comply by 9/12/25. 1 section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Appeal deadline was 9/27/25. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property first inspected on 9/12/2025 following a neighbor complaint of loud noise. The following violations were observed. Violation 17-71A. There's amplified sound coming from the residential property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I am Oscar Acosta. Good morning.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
Yes, I did.
This is saying that no appeal was received. Do you have a copy of what you filed?
I did. I actually on page number 2 of the citation, there was an email address, and here is the.
email address and it was sent in time, but apparently it wasn't received.
Okay. All right. Apparently, we did not receive this. However, I'm going to take your word for it and treat it as the appeal had been filed.
Yes, I did actually, and actually I copied my wife, and basically checked on her email that it was sent, and it has a timestamp.
Okay. All right. What do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
I have a neighbor that complains constantly. For some reason, the guy doesn't seem to like me, and I just I wanted to say that this is my home. I have two small kids, 1-year-old, 8-year-old. It's not a frat house, so it's a big waste of time for everybody, and I do apologize.
Do you live in that house?
Yes, that's my house.
Yeah. Okay. Who's cranking up the music?
Oh, that's we're celebrating. This is actually like 3 days after my youngest kids got released from Joe DiMaggio from a heart transplant.
Oh.
So we're enjoying ourselves.
Oh gosh. All right. You know what? I'm going to waive it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
Good luck with your child.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24100613, case address 1060 Northwest 25th Avenue, owner Cassandra Felton. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $3,500. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,050. Grand total $4,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. At special hearing on 8/12, Special Magistrate duty ordered 28 days to comply and $50 a day thereafter for violation 18-1 and 9280H. As a pre-hearing inspection on 11/18, violation remains. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Cassandra Felton.
Okay, Mr. Felton, it looks like you've made a pretty good attempt. There's only one thing left, which is the shed.
I'm having it repaired. I'm waiting for the guy to come in to finish it. The insides are done. The insides is fine. It's the outsides where the pump water stains and stuff. So I'm having the roof repaired and it painted.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you 71 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25040665, case address 2101 Northeast 68th Street, owner Ashley House Association, Inc. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25, 9/9/25, and 10/14/25. Three sections not complied at $100 per day, $19,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. Is there a respondent for 2101 Northeast 68th Street? An attorney? If not, we'll move on to page 56. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25020511, case address 3617 Southwest 17th Street, owner Easter Young. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 6/25/25 and 8/12/25. One suspension from 10/14/25 to 11/19/25. One section complied at $50 per day. $2,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. I'm Easter Young Francis.
Okay, thank you.
This is Matthew Fletcher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25020-511 for the property located at 3617 Southwest 17th Street. The case was last heard on October 14, 2025, where an extension was granted until November 19, 2025. 9-305B was complied on October 21, 2025. The city is seeking full imposition of the fines.
Okay. Can you tell me why it took so long to get the landscape done?
Because I was trying to get my nephew to get it done, and he wouldn't get it done because he had his boat parked right there. So then I had to go out of my pocket and go get it done.
Okay. All right. What are the costs in this?
The admin costs are $1,031, and also the city would need to ask her to waive her rights to a Massey hearing since this was just an order to reappear.
Okay.
So what?
All right, yes. Apparently, you were not given notice that you would face fines today. So you have the right to postpone this hearing and come back at another time to face the fines, or I can hear the case today and it can be over.
Do it today, please.
Okay, but you have to, you have to waive, say I waive the notice.
I waive it.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, all right. Okay, even costs are pretty high in this case, over $1,000. Yeah.
So what are you saying?
So I'm saying that even if I reduce to city costs, it would still be $1,000. So
that's how much I'll have to pay you, $1,000.
Yeah, that would be it if I reduce to city costs. If I reduce it further, under the circumstances, all right. I'm just going to reduce it to $500.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2508-0243, case address 96 Hendricks Isle, owner Colo 23 LLC. This case was first heard 10/14/25 to comply by 11/19/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addresser is read. This property is, the plans are to demolish it, and the owner is here to provide a status with what is currently happening there.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Adam Levy. I'm the property manager.
All right, has a demo permit been applied for?
Yes, we've applied for demo permits. We've gotten everything. The city last week asked us for a camera of the storm drain, which we've never heard of, but we did it anyway. We submitted that to the city 2 days ago, and now we are just waiting to get the permit. As soon as we get the permit, the contractor is ready to demo.
All right, I'm going to give you 71 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did the attorney for 2101 Northeast 68th Street come back into the room? Okay, if not, we'll move on. No. Our next case, page 8. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508-0049, case address 2867 Southwest 14th Street, owner Lasanka Kubalas, posted at property 10/24/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/25.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80049 for the property located at 2867 Southwest 14th Street. The property was first inspected on August 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 15, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 71 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. Lisanka Cubilas.
Okay, do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 71 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
We already pulled the permit. It's been approved, and today we start the driveway.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect.
thank you.
What's in front of me is the landscape and ground cover, but I'm assuming you're waiting till the driveway is done to do that.
Yes.
All right. So if you run into a time issue, make sure you contact the inspector.
We're
Thank
in
you.
contact. Thank you so much.
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2412-0110, case address 6602 North Federal Highway, owner In and Out Realty, LLC. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 5/13/25 and 6/10/25. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $10,400, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 241-20110, address 6602 North Federal Highway. All violations have complied. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Francesca Rodas.
Can you speak into the microphone a little bit further?
Sure. My name is Francesca Rodas.
Okay. Can you tell me why it took so long to get the parking lot done?
Well, we would have, we pushed and pushed and pushed to try to get it done on time. Unfortunately, it was a big project and with a lot of tenants involved and whatnot, but ultimately there was a permit that was needed, and that took some time, and then the contractor wouldn't schedule it until they had the permit, and so when the permit was finally issued, they issued a date that was almost 2 months out. They're very busy, these big paving companies. So I did ask and ask and ask. They did not. It just was what it was. That was my date. And then unfortunately, rain happens and then they just did it as soon as they could. So it's done and it looks fabulous. And we wish we could have done it faster, but.
Okay, in the future, you should call the inspector and request more time rather than to continue to let the fines accrue.
Oh. Okay. I did try to stay in contact, and I said we had the permit, but we didn't have the date yet and whatnot, so I guess that was the extent of it.
Okay.
We were...
All right. What are costs in the case?
The admin costs? $672.
All right. I'll reduce the fine to $1,200 from
Thank you very
$10,000.
much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's appreciated.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25040893, case address 2101 Southeast 4th Avenue, owner Anna Knezevich. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 8/12/25 and 9/9/25. One suspension from 9/9/25 to 11/19/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $1,200 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. The case was first heard on July 8th, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city giving 35 days to comply for Code Section 1812A and 9-363, or a fine of $50 thereafter. 63 days for Code Section 47-20.20, parentheses H, or a fine of $50 thereafter. An inspection was conducted on October 30th, 2025, and found that the violation was complied, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fine. This is in order to reappear.
Please state your name.
Thank you. Tyler Muchler on behalf of the conservator of the estate of Anna Knezevich. The owner is deceased. Jack Seiler was the previous conservator. Our client is the brother of the deceased who has taken over. It's a mess of a case. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the details, but we're starting to make some headway. This property is actually now under contract for sale. We're due to close pretty soon.
Okay. It looks like the property is in compliance. It just went over from the deadline you were given for picking up the trash. I don't know why it's so troublesome to pick up trash. I really don't.
Yeah.
And the failure to register residential dwelling within the city, which is something you can do online. It's free.
And there was a lot our client was dealing with at the time, and there was a lot of moving parts. We just had a hearing to declare Anna deceased on October 27th, so we finally got her declared deceased by homicide. So we're starting to now address all of the properties. There's 6 to 7 properties across South Florida, and we're really just trying to offload and sell them.
Okay, was there anybody to act on this before that date?
Our client was a conservator. I believe he was appointed in right before the previous hearing. So he was technically appointed to act, but the problem is there's no liquid funds for the estate. So he's been out of pocket, covering these costs. And the only property that is going to go back to the estate is the real property, which needs to be sold. So he's been doing his due diligence to remedy the fines, and we're just looking for a reduction to admin costs at this point.
Okay.
Madam Magistrate, may I ask some questions?
Sure, of course. City Attorney would like to ask you a question.
Yes, we received an email from Mr. Seiler regarding, and I'm not sure if it's the same case. Is this regarding the Maury Legacy Foundation?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, what are the city costs?
It's $856.
Pardon me?
$856.
All right. $856.
Okay, thank you. And
You're
then
welcome.
I'm not sure I can address it now, but there is another property that is owned by the decedent, 1120, that's cross-attaching. That has
Is
its
it
own-
on my docket today?
No, but we haven't received any notice for it, so I would like to get that addressed, but we just haven't been receiving any notice for it to come here to address that.
Okay.
I'm not sure who I should contact to deal with that. Okay.
Speak to the lady over there.
Magistrate.
Who's got her hand up.
Before we go any further, he needs to waive his right to the Massey hearing.
That's waived, yes.
Waive.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 41. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25020290, case address 2850 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. All violations are now in compliance, and a total fine of $18,900 is due. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
One correction on that, they're not all in compliance.
No? Okay.
No. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on May 13th. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 10th. On August 12th, special magistrate duty granted a 28-day extension. Violation 18-12A was brought into compliance on September 4th and was out of compliance for 63 days. Violation 47-34-1A1 was complied on September 6th and was out of compliance for 63 days. Violation 9-305B is still out of compliance. On September 9th, special magistrate duty granted a 35-day extension. On October 14th, special magistrate duty granted a 36-day extension. All violations incurred fines of $100 per day. The case has a total of $18,900 currently due. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $18,900, with fines continuing to
I
accrue.
have a conflict with my docket and what you're saying. What? Okay.
Based on the system, but he's saying it's incorrect, so I don't know.
Okay, so what's the fines have run up to 18,000 what?
900.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Sergey Kultyshev.
Why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
We actually wanted to start building new townhomes on this lot, and we ran into issues with financing. So we removed like the good parking lot with the asphalt, and that's when it started to accumulate. And right now we just figured out the financing, and this is our JC. And we pulled the building permit, all the site work permits, and we are starting to build the townhomes as planned.
Okay. Do you have a permit?
We have.
Yes. Winston Vidiella, Contempo Construction. Yes, we have an active site work permit on the property.
Well, no, you don't have the permit. You've applied for the permit. They've asked you for the site plans, and they haven't been submitted yet.
No, we do. I can provide the permit number.
I have the permit number, but you don't have the permit yet. It hasn't been issued.
It has been issued.
No, I just checked when did you pay for it?
It's been a couple months. Can you confirm the permit number, please?
You applied for it on October 29th.
No. This was...
two separate contractors. The problem was the previous contractor who actually put the gravel on the lot. We stopped working with him because we got even more fines because of the previous contractor, because he put the gravel, he couldn't fix the permits and open and close them. So we right now we're working with the Contempo Construction to do all the work and everything.
Yeah, so this is a DRC approved project, and we have a building master site work permit, which was issued, I think, sometime last year, and that permit had expired. So we also had a violation for the building department for expired permits for the demo permit. And for the site work permit, it's since been issued. I could read that permit number if you like.
I'll see you afterwards in the back.
Okay. But basically, we addressed those expired permits, the demo permit, the site work permit, and they would like to commence construction in the first quarter of this coming year.
Well, we're still requesting the imposition of fines. This has been going on for over 2 years.
Yeah, read me the permit number for the record.
The permit number is BLD-2301-0004, and that permit was issued sorry, it's got a minute's thinking. But that is a master site work permit for development of 8 townhomes.
What's the address on that permit?
Excuse me?
What is the address on that permit?
The address on that permit is 2850 Northeast 32nd Street.
And what about for 2840?
This is a DRC project, and they issue one master site work permit for the entire parcel. So we have a DRC number as well, which encompasses both parcels or the development. I'm unaware of how many parcels are there.
There are 2 parcels, one lot, but 2 different parcels. Basically, they're not divided, but they're just legally 2 parcels.
And that permit was issued.
Special Magistrate, can we just go ahead and give them a 10-day extension to stay a fine so we can look at this afterwards, and then if we need to impose, we can come back?
Okay.
Same thing for the next case.
10-day extension with a stay of fines. And you need to make sure the city's aware of your documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay.
They have one more case. Next case, page 42, Inspector Pat Gavin.
Guys, you have another hearing.
Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 250-20291, case address 2840 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 for a total of $6,300. 1 section complied at $100 per day for a total of $6,300. Grand total $12,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on May 13th, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 10th. Violation 47-34-1A1 was complied on September 4th. It was out of compliance for 63 days. Violation 9-305B is still out of compliance. All violations incurred fines of $100 per day. This case has a total of $12,600 currently due. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $12,600, with fines continuing to accrue.
All right, state your name for the record.
My name is Sergey Kultyshev.
Okay, I assume the same permitting applies to this parcel, so I'm going to do the same thing and give you 10 days stay and get with the city on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 8, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25090831, case address 1211 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner Sousis Sons, Inc., posted at property 102725, posted at Winnie's Broward 103125.
Inspector? Ladies, he's
There he's coming.
Inspector Rafael Sanchez for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on September 30th, 2025 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. Rear property on the right-of-way facing Southwest 4th Avenue behind the wood fence. This is a recurring violation, see case CE 2503-0147, and will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance for a finding of fact. 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way, sidewalk, and bike lane. This is also a recurring violation, see case CE 2503-0147, and will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance for a finding of fact. An inspection report was posted on the property September 30th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner on BCPA. Re-inspected the property October 13th, 2025. I posted the property October 27th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 18th, 2025, and found that the violations are complied. So the city is just requesting the finding of fact for the recurring.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Carlos Mitchell Barnechea on behalf of the property owner, Sousis Sons, as their attorney.
The city has asked me for a finding of fact which on a recurring violation means that your client will not be fined today, but if this happens again, he will get fined because of the recurring nature of the violation. All right. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course.
I do not believe this is a recurring violation. To be a recurring violation, there has to be a prior violation. I think per the definition of a recurring violation, there has to be either a prior violation or notice of abatement, which would have required the city to take action. I don't think there's any evidence on the record that that has happened in the past.
Have you looked at case CE 250-30147?
Yes, and there was a notice to the owner which it was complied, so that there was no city involvement or city action as far as the city taking action to abate the issue. I think to be
The city doesn't have to abate for the violation to exist and create a record for a recurring violation should it happen again.
If I just may read for the record what my understanding the definition of a recurring violation is, because I don't think
certainly.
Neither of those factors apply in this case. Per the statute, a recurring violation means a violation of this chapter by a person or entity who has previously been issued a notice to abate and failed to comply, resulting in abatement of the nuisance by the city. I don't think that happened in that case. Or has previously been found by the special magistrate to have violated the same provision of the code within 5 years prior to the violation. I don't think that happened in that case either. Or has previously been issued a citation violation notice that was uncontested, and I don't think that's the case either. So respectfully, I believe this is not a recurring violation. Also, by looking at the photos, I don't think this is a violation either. As we're looking at this case, there is no, and again, this It's Florida. It rains all the time. This is a picture taken on November 13. If you look at the original picture taken on September 30th, which is what triggered the initial notice of inspection or inspection report, there's no obstruction. I understand. I mean, there's some shrubbery on the side and some plants, but there's no obstruction. I don't see the obstruction. I don't see the violation as a matter of fact. But it is your
Okay, I'm going to ask the
determination.
city to address the fact that he is claiming that this is not a recurring violation. I don't have anything in front of me to know whether the special magistrate ruled in that prior case or how it fits in. So somebody from the city address that.
The property was cited and given notice of violation for both code sections and the prior. They did come into compliance. He came back out of compliance, and that's why it's a recurring violation.
May I interject?
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
Just for the record, in Chapter 11, where our penalty section is, it defines what a recurring violation is. And it says, if upon his or her personal inspection, the code inspector finds that the person has not corrected a violation within the time period specified, or the violation of the code is corrected and recurs, a code inspector shall issue a civil citation notice pursuant to 11-16. So, in essence, if we issued a notice, which was issued in the previous case, and they correct the violation on their own, and they do it again, it's now a recurring violation.
Do you want to respond to that?
Can you? I'm not understanding what's the point. I think it's making the point that this is not a recurrent violation. If I'm correct, again, on the previous case, that is not this case that we're here today, but on the previous case that is cited on the notice, there was no notice of violation per my review of that case, and it's not on the record. There's no evidence in this hearing today as it relates to that alleged previous violation. And my understanding of the record when I reviewed that case is that there was no notice of violation issued. The only thing that it was issued was either a notice to abate or an inspection report, which was complied with by the inspector within a couple of days or 4 or 5 days within the abatement period.
Special Magistrate. And looking in the previous case, he is correct. There is an inspection report that was issued. The inspection report is a warning. And in 11-17, as I just read, it says that if they didn't correct the violation within the specified warning time, or they were given notice and then corrected the violation and did it again, it's a recurrent violation. So they were put on notice in the previous case with an inspection report.
Okay. All right. I'm going to issue a finding of fact that the violation exists. And did City Attorney want to weigh in on this as well?
Yes, Special Magistrate, under Code Section 11-11, once the violator is cited and is given an issue for today's hearing, that they will be seeking for a finding of fact of a recurring violation. I believe the city has met the standards.
Okay. All right. I'm going to issue a finding of fact that the violation exists and that it is a recurring violation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25090709, case address 2406 Southeast 17th Street, owner Pier 66 Sales LLC, posted at property 102425, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25090709, property address 2406 Southeast 17th Street. This case came in as a complaint on 9/26/2025. I informed the employee, Mark, to let the facility manager aware of the raw sewage. Chief Engineer Albert Siegel did reach out to Inspector Santos on October 2nd, 2025, stating that he is aware and is working towards resolving the issue. Section Code 18-1 complied. There is raw sewage going into the rear storm drain of this B1 commercial zone property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodent, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public's health, safety, and welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This violation presents irreparable and irreversible in nature. Due to the finding, this case will be scheduled for a special magistrate for an imposition of fines up to $15,000. Pre-hearing inspection revealed violation is in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. Inspection conducted on 9/26/2025, October 1st, 2025, and October 3rd, 2025. Photos reveal violations remain. On October 10/2025, violation is in compliance. City is requesting $15,000 fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Thank you for having us. Chris Gandolfo. I represent Pier 66 Sales.
Okay.
And let me introduce Tom. He's the engineer for the property.
Okay. Your full name, sir?
Thomas D'Amica.
Okay. How did raw sewage get into the drain system?
There is a clean out behind the building that was coming out of that cover. The line going from that unit to the city sewage system is compromised. We've tried to flush it out. We snaked it out by a company, would not be able to do so. We took other measures by closing down the bathrooms and installing a toilet unit.
Okay. So how long was the property discharging raw sewage? How long did that go on before you took action to close the bathrooms?
I was made aware of it sometime around October 16th, and within 10 days we took care of the situation.
Special Magistrate?
Yes.
The city has the environmental compliance supervisor here, and we would like him to testify as well.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is David Reese, environmental compliance supervisor for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This incident had occurred 9/26, so to kind of answer your question, it went on for quite a while, and we received this complaint from Broward County. Broward County had to send out their own health investigator, and they did confirm that it was sewage on October 8th. So this wasn't a quick turnaround.
Okay. All right. I am going to issue a $10,000 fine.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25050765, case address 415 Arizona Avenue, owner Yarinus Diaz, posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125. Are they here? Is the respondent here for 415 Arizona?
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected.
Rachel, I'm sorry, hold on one moment. He needs a translator. Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English? You can proceed, Rachel.
Okay. This property was first inspected on 5/29/25, and the following violations were observed. (18-12) (A) is complied. 9-305 (B). The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and or well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-308 (B) is complied. 9-304 (B). There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Okay. There was a black trailer being parked on the grass on the east side of the property. There has been no contact made with the property owner regarding the violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 11/18, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 9-305 (B), 71 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for the violation of 9-304 (B), 15 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
$50?
Yes.
Can you ask him to state his name for the record?
Noslen Almeida Garcia.
Okay. Can you, is he aware what the city is asking for? Did you let him know?
Sí.
Is any agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
Sí, me preocupa el trailer.
He says that he's concerned about the trailer.
The black trailer. It's my work.
Explícame. Yo te
Necesito saber si lo puedo tener o no.
He's
Tengo que
wondering if he
tenerlo.
can actually keep it there on the property because that's actually his work trailer.
The ordinance does not allow a trailer to be parked on the grass.
Trabajo en aire acondicionado.
It has to be on a driveway flat
He says that
surface.
he works in air conditioning. He needs it to have it close to his house.
Okay. Can he park it on the driveway?
¿Tú lo puedes estacionar en el estacionamiento, en el parqueo?
Yo lo parqueo detrás de la casa.
I park it
literalmente.
behind the trailer. Literally, I park it behind the house.
Queda detrás de la casa. Yo
Behind the house.
Yo parqueo el camión
I park the trailer
del lado de la casa
on the side
y
of
el
the
trailer
house.
queda atrás.
And the trailer is on the back of the house.
Las veces que lo he visto afuera es porque estaba
The
haciendo
times
algún
that
trabajo.
the inspector has seen it outside is because I've actually come from work.
Duerme siempre dentro de la propiedad de atrás.
Usually the trailer sleeps in the back of the house.
I don't think he understands the difference between parking it on the grass and parking it on the driveway. Maybe someone can explain
Okay.
that to him.
City attorney's concern is that he may not understand the difference between parking it on the grass and parking it in a driveway or other.
Dice de la ciudad que probablemente tú no entiendes que no estás entendiendo que no se puede estacionar el vehículo.
Special
en la
Magistrate.
grama, y tiene que estacionarse en el estacionamiento en sí.
Sí,
Magistrado,
entiendo.
también la explico.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Gus, make sure you tell him that
En un área donde es anexada por la ciudad de Fort Lauderdale, donde te permite tener tu tráiler al lado de la casa, pero no enfrente de la casa. Entonces, si tú quieres y prefieres, dentro de una semana o unos días, antes que se expire esto, puede ir la oficial Moore con alguien que hable español para que te explique un poco más ahí en la casa, en tu propiedad. ¿Deseas eso?
Sí, pero okay, la pregunta que quiero saber es, yo puedo...
Yes, but he has a question. Dale.
Yo puedo tenerlo yo saqué permisos hace poco para
I
los portones.
obtained a permit for the fences or the
Okay.
gates.
Sí, yo puedo tener el trailer
Special
detrás.
Magistrate,
Can I park it in the back
aside
of the
from the
house?
trailer, the ordinance for driveway slash parking on the lawn, it's not just the trailer. As you can see, the trailer, you can't see it from the right of way at this point. However, there are constantly cars being parked on the lawn, which is creating the issue of the missing ground cover. And that's what I need them to understand.
Okay. Tell Gus.
Okay, I'm sorry. My English is terrible. Okay, yo quiero hacer eso. Yo quiero una evolución más barata de poner grama.
I would like to have a cheaper solution to put grass.
La opción más barata de poner piedra, ¿no? ¿Cómo se dice?
Or gravel.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give 71 days on both. I'm going to ask the inspector to go out there with a Spanish-speaking individual so they can discuss fully his options for parking this trailer. Is that okay with everybody?
The city is not opposed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, no. Gracias. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Gus.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 250-10648, case address 1000 Southwest 26th Street, owner EcoR LLC. This case was first heard 4/8/25 to comply by 4/23/25 and 5/13/25. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $150 per day, $12,600 accrued. One section complied at $150 per day, $5,550 accrued for a grand total of $18,150. The fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The case was last heard on September 9th, 2025 by Special Magistrate duty. The magistrate granted 71 days extension to comply for violation 9-280H1 or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 13th, 2025. The property remains in violation. This is an order to reappear.
Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Cremades on behalf of EcoR.
Okay, can you tell me why the property still is not in compliance?
So as you can see, the property had two issues. The first is the cleaning, and the second is a wall. The cleaning was done as code enforcement check, and the wall. Can you show the previous one?
The previous
photo, please. Yeah. So the wall that fall apart was the one that you can see to the right. You can see that it's a mesh there, like a new wall. So that is the one who fell apart. We take permits. We build the new wall, which is a chain link as per the city approved. We pass inspections. We call the code enforcement, and that day another wall, which is on the left, fall apart. So that the left side of the wall fall apart, I think a week from now or 2 weeks from now. So we had to resubmit a change in the design, adding this new piece. So as soon as we have the approval of the new expansion of the wall, we will build it and come back here.
Okay. Any objection from the city to further
If you
extension?
zoom, you can see it's new. All of this wall is new.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to give you 71 days and suspend the fine during that time. If you have a problem, permitting, whatever, make sure you contact the inspector.
We've been in contact with the inspector, and he's been very kind with us. I mean, checking and reviewing.
Good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 39, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2504-0415, case address 1332 Citrus Isle, owner Walter Carnitz and James Nance. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 6/30/25. One section complied at $150, $75,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Magistrate. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read on record. This case first came before Special Magistrate on June 10th, 2025, where evidence was presented and Magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on April 16th of 2025, and so far a total of 26 re-inspections have been done on the property. There have been conversations by phone and in person with the property owner, and during these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. At this time, the case is in compliance, and we have the property owner here with us today.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Walter Carnetz.
Okay, Mr. Carnes, can you explain to me why it took so long to get the wall fixed?
Actually, it's a liverboard, ma'am.
Okay, the liverboard.
What is the question, ma'am?
Why did it take so long to get the property into compliance?
I don't believe it did.
You were given an extension, and that passed, and it was out of compliance for 150 days, accruing fines of $75,000. And I'm asking you to explain, because you're here on a hearing to impose that $75,000.
Right, yeah.
So why did it take so long to comply?
I don't think it didn't. It was, there was an issue once with what was on the boat. At one time, the city told us to keep anything on the boat they wanted or thought they might need, and then everything was taken off the boat. There's no...
Did you have someone living on the boat?
No, ma'am.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Two things after that. The neighbor would like to speak for a moment. And then also, we did verify that somebody was living on the boat, and that's why it was cited and fines were running. The city did conduct an inspection on the boat at one point in time that we arranged with the property owners. And when we did that first inspection on the boat, there was evidence that somebody was still living on the boat. So then again, we scheduled another re-inspection, and at that time, there was no evidence of somebody living on the boat, and that is why the case is complied now. Why it took so long, I am not sure.
Okay.
My name's James Nance. I'm the remainder tenant. Walter is my stepfather. My mom left me as trustee for a life estate for Walter. I've delivered via registered mail an offer to tow the boat to another location June 4th and even pay for the first month's rent for the tenant. I've been in constant contact with the inspector and Ms. Brown as much as I can to try to help bring this into compliance. I would love to force compliance by having the boat move. I've been in contact with the owner of the boat as well. Every time I asked him to, what was going on, he indicated that he was not living on the boat, that he was now living at a marina on a different boat in Dania. There was long periods of time where there supposedly was nobody on the boat. This was my understanding. Anyway, I asked him to, schedule inspections to come on board. I think the problem lies that Mr. Steele doesn't have another residence. From kind of what I gather from the context, all of his belongings are on the boat, and he doesn't have another place to put them. So this is like his lifetime stuff. He's befriended Walter, spends a lot of time with him, so he's there at the property quite a lot. But long story short, the amount of the fine is not something that Walter can sustain, under the income that I can provide him, under the trust for him, for his life estate. Like I say, my offer stands to tow the boat at any time, but he didn't ever take me up on the offer to move the boat. My real concern is the ability for Walter to have income to live and maintain the rest of the property. I feel that another party is kind of causing this to be imposed on Walter, and I don't have the power to force a hand here. So I don't I want to be in full compliance. Walter wants to be in full compliance, and I think there were, stretches of time that the person was not on the boat.
Okay. All right.
Madam Magistrate, we do have the tenant, alleged tenant.
What?
The alleged tenant is here.
My concern is what happens if, this has been complied now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I fully expect the neighbors to continue to complain while the boat's of this.
And why you can't as a property owners, you remove the boat?
I'm a life estate, you
Yeah.
know, so I don't have legal authority to remove the boat.
Okay.
You know, the boat is a guest of Walter,
Okay.
the
Is the alleged
owner.
tenant here?
The what?
The alleged tenant?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to say something before I make a ruling?
Yes, ma'am. When we came to court on June 10th, you gave 20 days. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sonny Steele. I'm the boat owner. And when we showed up to Magistrate here on June 10th, you gave 20 days to vacate the boat and not live on it anymore. And I was off the boat by the end of June, just like you requested. And yes, I have belongings on there. I'm working on the boat trying to repair it so we could relocate it. The engine is broken. So, and then the AC went out last month and I had to go on the boat and work all night to fix the AC, but I haven't been living on the boat. And I have not been on it since June 30th overnight, except to repair it one night when the AC burned up. And that's what I've done, and I'm trying to comply. I met with all the inspectors. They said we are in compliance, and the boat is just parked there, but it's not being lived on, which it's legally parked because I'm a guest of Walter.
Okay. Are there other witnesses that want to speak? Come forward.
My name's Mark Hermes. I don't know if you remember me. I had my daughter here last time. The neighbor's next to me behind. Since then, I had to put a lot of cameras up. It's all a fabricated lie. I have cameras. We have seen him at night running back through the backyard going on the boat. I have a notarized statement in here. I've hired private investigators to monitor the situation at my house. I put up many cameras. The levitude of this, he's been on my property again, tying his boat lines, and I have a 12-year-old daughter. And I don't know if you remember the situation. She did a video. She wanted to come. I refused. I can tell you from my cameras, and I opened another case today because 6 a.m. he walked off the boat in a tank top, in tattoos, 7:30 came off the boat in a sweatshirt with this thing. It's a complete fabricated lie. He's constantly trying to work the system. From the last meeting, I thought that was here, I thought the boat had to be gone. And as Jim said, we will tow the boat and put it to a marina. But the city he has cost the city $200,000 at least. Every time you guys have to do an inspection, the police, BSO have to show up. I can't even put up a fence in my yard because I live on the water. It has to be a chain link fence to block the view. I am telling you, and I have cameras, you guys have caught him numerous times. It's a fabricated lie. The only way this is going to stop is you to impose all the fines, and Walter has a hard time, and he's going to have to live off his Social Security. This has become a disaster. And the boat has called code violations in all the neighbors. So we are trying to cure those too. I am asking and pleading with the city of Fort Lauderdale, since all the manpower, and I want to thank Gus, Amy, Mohammed, all the police that have been in the house trying to solve and cure the situation. You guys have spent so much money coming to our street. And there's not just one code violation. If you look at, there's a ton of running an illegal business that's not related to this, what's related to the boat, because it's Sonny Michael Steele. And on the record, I want to put, if he says he's at a marina living, he's a registered sex offender, and he has to register the rest of his life, and he is in violation. And I'm putting that on the record right now. Thank you. Oh, here's also a document notarized from a neighbor contesting to him running to the back of the house. And the neighbor's son is here.
I think he wants to speak as well.
Okay.
Sonny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the neighbor's son, Tyler Jalen. The document he just gave you is written by my dad. He's seen Sonny at past midnight running back to the boat and then leaving in the morning, as well as operating a business in the front with registered vehicles not registered to him, being brought in, him working on them, and then them being them leaving. Like, I can't say a lot because I don't live there, but the document that my dad wrote does describe what's going on.
Okay, I'm going to take a moment to read it.
Supervisor Amy.
Okay. Anything else from? Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the situation would be a lot different if the boat owner would be receiving the fines and not Walter. I think Walter is kind of a passive.
Unfortunately, the fines have to go to the property owner because the vessel is attached to the actual property itself.
If the city gave me permission to have the boat moved, I'd have the boat moved.
Sir, do you realize the position you're putting this homeowner in by keeping your boat there?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand, and I'm trying to get the boat repaired, and I plan on having it moved.
Repair the boat in order for it to get moved.
Well, if I can get it moved somewhere where they'll accept it with a bad engine, then I would move it.
Go to dry dock.
The other thing, sir, since he's actually on record saying that the vessel is derelict, that's another violation on the property itself.
Well, the vessel's not derelict. One engine's not working. One engine is.
That is a derelict vessel, sir.
But the boat is still movable. It can be driven with one engine, but it's very hard to steer. But I am in the process of repairing it. I have.
There you go. That's a derelict. When you use the word repair.
I admit I have to fix one engine. It went bad while it was
I think this
there.
is more of a civil matter between you and the tenant that the gentleman has. The city stands.
But
about the derelict boat that can't be moved, and you guys cleared that issue again. It's the same issue again.
Special magistrate.
The violation is
Sir, what's the time frame for the boat to be repaired?
I plan on having it done by Christmas and then moving it down south.
Where?
To the Keys.
Where?
To the Keys.
Where are
The upper
Special
Keys.
magistrate.
Blue water.
I'm sorry, Gus. What's the recommendation? I'm sorry, Special Magistrate. What's the recommendation? Special Magistrate, we'd like to move forward with the recommendation of imposing the fines.
Okay.
May I say something? I am not living on the boat. I don't intend to. I go on the boat a lot to work on the computer, to do paperwork, but I don't spend the night on it. I don't live on it. I have other places. I have 2 other residences. So, but I'm asking if you withdraw the fines because it's my fault that the boat's there and broken, and the boat's been there 2.5 years almost, and I didn't try to cause any problems, and I didn't realize it was an issue, but I am trying to cooperate in every way. I'm not staying on the boat.
This is a Massey hearing, okay? And which means that a hearing on the evidence of the violation has already happened. So the violation has already been found to exist. I cannot retry the case on a Massey hearing, okay? This is about the fines.
Yes.
And this is about the situation that you are causing your supposed friend to incur fines up to $75,000.
That's about 3 years of the income that I would be able to provide for him.
And I cannot mediate or solve the problem between the tenant and the family. I mean, that's a court issue, quite frankly. But I can't give you legal advice. But what I have in front of me today is the fact that $75,000 has accrued against this gentleman, and I don't have any evidence that. I mean, the evidence I have is that has already been decided, and what happened between the hearing and the date of compliance. I mean, I suppose I could consider if you were on the boat if you weren't on the boat that time. I suppose I could consider that, but I have no way of knowing what days you were on that boat.
Well, I've been on the boat one night because the AC burned up, and I stayed all night fixing it, and I fell asleep on the boat, and that's the only night I stayed on since June 30th. I go on and off the boat a lot at night, different times. I sit with Walter on the back porch, we talk, but I do paperwork, but I don't spend the night on the boat. I spend a lot of nights in the house. I have a room in there, and I will get the boat moved by Christmas and have it repaired. And I'm asking for a little time and for the fines not to accrue against Walter. It's not his fault my boat broke.
Walter receives no rent from him staying in the house or the dock.
Special Magistrate, my last comment is, we went down this road. I had to prove to the city that they lied and said he was living in the house. I composed 2 months of videos on and off with trash. These are lies. We have witnesses. I have cameras. He has no respect for the city because all the violations has cost the city over $250,000. This is absurd. And I know you can't give legal advice, but I came here again today. I have cameras. I got everything. I can't give them to you because they're not the city's in the videos. But he said last hearing the boat would be gone. He said the boat would be gone. He's a complete liar. This is what he does.
All right. I have no alternative but to impose the fine. Thank you, gentlemen.
Can you please tell me, is there an appeal process that can be done?
There is, but I can't give you legal advice. You need to consult a lawyer for that.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
May I request that I receive any further communication because I'm relying on unreliable messaging.
Our notice comes from the property appraiser's office, so whatever address is on the property appraiser's office, that's where the notice goes.
Can it be duplicated because I don't live at the residence?
Sir, you can speak with Crystal in the back,
you.
and she'll be able to assist you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 18. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110615, case address 540 East Campus Circle, owner Panarathi Garrier, posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 11/21/24, and the following violations were observed. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 7 parentheses 8A1 is complied. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and or well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 11/18/25, the violation of 9-305 parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 71 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Panarathi Garrier,
Okay.
and for the record, I've been working for 11 years for Habitat for Humanity in Broward County. So I have a lot of respect for the law. I love rules and regulation. And then that's my first property. And then that's my first time with this. And
we appreciate that. We'll work with you.
I've learned a lot.
It looks like you've gotten 3 out of the 4 violations complied. So is 71 days, are you willing to bring the rest of the property, the landscape, into compliance within 71 days?
Unfortunately, 71 days is like 2 months and a half. I'm not going to be financially ready to do it because I need to do irrigation before I put the grass. So, and then I'm counting off my income tax refund to do that. So I'm the only one working with 3 daughters. My wife is pursuing a nursing degree. She's still at school. So it's kind of challenging for me.
All right. Anything else from the city?
The city is not opposed to granting additional time.
Okay. All right. I'll give you 162 days. And after that, it'll be $50 a day.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Ahmad Wallace, case number CE 2508-0660, case address 6730 Northwest 26th Avenue, owner Carla Frida of Alvarez. This case was first cited 8/24/25 to comply by 8/24/25. 2 sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 9/8/25. The city is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Code Officer Ahmad Wallace presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first cited 8/24/25 following the complaint regarding loud noise at a residential property, and the following violations were observed. Violation 17-7.1.a. There is amplified sound coming from the residential property and is plainly audible from 50 feet from the source property line before 10 p.m. This violation is irreversible in nature, thus resulting in an immediate fine of $250. 17-7-10.10.a. There is non-amplified sounds coming from this residential property and is plainly audible 50 feet from the source property line before 10 p.m. This violation is irreversible in nature, thus resulting in an immediate fine of $250. This concludes my testimony.
Is this working?
That's it.
No, the video is done.
Oh, okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Carla Ananias.
Okay. I'm sorry. Was the city done with you're done with your testimony? Okay. All right. What do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
First of all, I did try to appeal. I never received a response from the email, but I just...
No, we received it. Yes, you're here on an appeal.
Oh, perfect. So, Your Honor, this happened at 9 p.m. Unfortunately, I wasn't aware of this rule. I thought, or I was under the impression that I can have music in my backyard till 11 p.m. At least this night, it was my husband's birthday. It was just a family gathering. So yeah, I'm here to ask you if we can have this as a one-time occurrence. It hasn't happened again. And I will try to comply from now on.
Okay, all right. All right, apparently the violation does exist, and there's an immediate fine of $250 on both counts, so that's a $500 fine.
But it only happened once, though. I only received one notice.
Can you explain why there's two separate?
Because we have the amplified sound and non-amplified sound. Amplified sound is the music, non-amplified is the noise, with the talking of the
Okay, and I did hear people, yeah, there are two different code sections, and I did hear people talking loud from 50 feet, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that I couldn't do that at 9 p.m. on my house, like in my house. But
I know.
Now I know. It won't happen.
Now you know.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24100413, case address 1712 Northwest 10th Avenue, owner Be Good RE Recorporation. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/8/25 and 8/28/25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $2,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 24100413, property address 1712 Northwest 10th Avenue. This case was first heard on May 29, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner, was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A, and for all remaining violation, 91 days to comply for a fine of $100 per day thereafter. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Alicia Lukin.
Okay, can you tell me why it took so long to get the landscaping done?
It wasn't. We did everything on time. And I was in communication with the inspector. Everything was done with a few days prior to the deadline, each one. And the last one was 15 days before the deadline, and we were asking if it's all good, if we were fine, and he took too long to respond, and he apologized in his email saying that he took too long to respond. So he asked for more grass to put on in some areas that we didn't believe it needed, and we did it a few days after the deadline because we got notification after, but it took like 18 days to comply with the little more grass that he requested, but we did everything on time and much earlier so we can follow up and make sure it's on time and it's like to the standards of the city.
Okay, I understand. Anything else from the city?
Your Honor, yeah, it's true that indeed she works hard on getting the property done, and there was just a little patch of grass that needed to be put down, and which she come to compliance
Okay,
with.
so what's the city's cost?
City cost is $110.
$110?
$810.
$810. Okay, I'll reduce the fine to city cost of $810.
Okay, but we didn't do anything wrong. We did everything on time. And we were in communication with the inspector every time.
The city costs are, because the violation existed to begin with, they have to go out and then they have to inspect, and we have to have this hearing, and there's a cost to that. If you had not violated, there would not be any cost. So I have eliminated the fines based on your word that you did everything timely, but the costs are something that the city has incurred regardless of whether you did it timely, okay?
Okay.
So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24070226, case address 1423 Holly Heights Drive, owner The Cascade at Holly Heights. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 3:27:25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407026, address 1423 Holly Heights Drive. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025, with 2 extensions. The remaining violation that has not complied is 47-20.20(h). A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 16th, 2025, and the violation is still not complying. There's a representative here for the property, and he would like to speak.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Attorney Jeremy Happisdorf with Haber Law on behalf of the association. We are general counsel.
Okay. And why is it taking so long?
The violation as it was originally cited was for their parking lot. In speaking with Officer Williams, we discovered that it was a more substantial violation because the drainage underneath this parking lot needed to be addressed.
Okay.
That took it from a restriping project or a repaving project to a ripping up and restoring the underlying drainage. The association contacted an engineer, they contacted contractors, and they looked into financing. The piece that's holding this up is the financing. They applied for several bank loans, and unfortunately that's not in place yet. They're still working on it. They're passing their annual budget, I believe, in a week. So some of this will be covered by that, but they don't have the financials to cover the entire thing, so they will need that bank loan. They have found a bank that is willing to consider them for a loan, so they're in the process of applying for that now. We're asking for a 71-day extension. I understand that we've had prior extensions, but they need this last component in place before they can really move forward.
Okay. Any objection?
None.
All right. 71 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay. My understanding is the fines had been suspended to this point several times.
They've been accruing this 4,700 already accrued, so you'll have to address that.
Okay. At the end,
Yeah.
we will. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 25050626, case address 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, and there is a correction, and the total is $5,600. The case did come into compliance on October 17th, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. The city's requesting the imposition of fines.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. As Your Honor is aware, this is a sandwich board sign case for Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream, our client's tenant. Apparently there was not a permit, although the owner believed that there was. I think they confused it with their wall permit. And August 12th, I believe, we were, after the finding of fact, had until August 22nd to submit for the sandwich board after the fact permit. That was uploaded the 21st and then accepted on the 22nd. There were corrections back and forth requested by the city and additional affidavits. So I think there was a good faith effort to submit the permit within the 10 days with the requisite plan and one of the affidavits. And then that was not ultimately approved until October. So we respectfully request Your Honor consider reducing the fines.
Okay. Anything else from
The city has no objection.
Okay. All right. What's city costs?
The city's not seeking administrative costs.
Okay. Well, You're done. Anyway.
Thank you very, very much. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Okay,
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24090135, case address 1713 Northwest 13th Court, owner mortgage asset to management series. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $23,600. One section complied at $100 per day, $9,700 accrued for a total of $33,300. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24090135, property address 1713 Northwest 13th Court. This case was first heard in June 26, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A. And for all remaining violation, 28 days were given, and for $100 for each violation for each day thereafter. At this time, all violation remains, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until the property is brought into compliance.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, David Kramer, representing the mortgage company.
Okay, tell me why this is taking so long.
Our structural engineer just finished the report on November 17th. I know right now they're putting together an estimate to begin the work, but it took a while to get the engineering completed. The bank took possession of the property, I think June 10th or July 10th. They took title of it, and that's the reason for the delay.
All right, I'll give you 71 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 25050572, case address 913 Northwest 12th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Patrick Angleton, posted at property 11/3/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/25.
Name, case, and address as read. This property was first inspected on 6/30/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 47 TAC 20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RMM 25 property. The gravel is missing in many places. The wheel stops are faded. 9 TAC 306 complied. 47 TAC 19.9.A2A withdrawn. 9 TAC 305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9 TAC 363 complied. Report was posted on 11/3/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/10/2025. The property remained in violation. Violation 47 TAC 20.20H and 9 TAC 305B. The city is requesting compliance within 71 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Patrick Angleton.
Good morning. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 71 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 27. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25090750, case address 5940 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner 5940 Northeast 22nd LLC. This case was first cited 9/27/25 to comply by 9/27/25. Three sections complied at $250 for a total of $750. Appeal deadline was 10/12/25. The city is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Kroc, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. The property was first inspected on 9/27/2025 following a neighbor complaint of loud noise. The following violations were observed. Violation 17-71. 1, there's amplified noise coming from the property that is plainly audible 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. Violation 15-2781E. There is a Chapter 15, Article 10 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. 2 vehicles found parked on the swale in front of the property. Violation 17-710.A. There's non-amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. That is not the property. That is not their property.
Strike that from the record.
Strike that from the record.
5940, did that one get mixed in there? Try the next video. Or the photos.
I'm not contesting. I was there. I'm not contesting at all.
Okay.
I'm just concerned. The concern.
State your name for the record.
Valerie Silver.
Okay.
Okay. So the noise monitor went off, and then I contacted the guest. It continued to go off for 20 minutes, and then I made my way to the house and arrived, and the inspector was already there. We did a favor for someone we thought was another person in the business. They asked for a one-night rental. We don't do one-night rentals, but they said they had a boat, no air conditioning for their crew, so we allowed the one-night rental. From start to finish, the guests were in the house for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and as soon as we realized there was a party, we quickly evicted them through Airbnb. So I just want to let you know the measures we took for this property. We now only do an in-person check-in because we found the neighbors are very sensitive to have bought a house next to a vacation rental. And we have a noise monitor now on the outside of the property.
Okay. You say you're not contesting any of this because we have 3 violations that you've been cited with.
That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, I understand. We did everything we could, and we did it quickly because we've never had an issue like this before. So, does it mean an automatic shutdown?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, then I'm contesting it.
Well, you can bring forth your evidence.
So,
try case 687.
There's 2 different noise violations. Why is there 2 different noise?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We do amplified and non-amplified sound as 2 separate violations because as in the past there's been non-amplified noise violations at property where we couldn't use because this code specifically says amplified, so we had to change the code and amend it to where there's also a non-amplified section.
All right. Let me see the videos.
All right. I guess I put the wrong photos in. Yeah. Check that one. Go through. How did I do that? We've never had a problem at this property before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can't find the evidence, I'm dismissing this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the wrong property.
Okay, I'm going to ask to call the next case to see if they can find the video. If they can't find the video, okay.
Okay, so you can see here the video. This is the video. This is the correct property now. Yeah. And there, you can see there's people, they're door dashing alcohol to the property for their party. You can see the two vehicles in the front, right there. There. I don't know if we're going to be able to play the audio from Amy's laptop.
Hearing non-amplified noise, but I'm not really hearing the amplified noise.
It's there. It's there again. The car passed by too. That also interfered with it, but it was there. They were being loud. But if you don't hear it, my testimony is that it was there.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a little bit of a break here, because I can't hear the amplified noise myself, even though I don't doubt what the inspector is telling me. So I'm going to fine you on the other two violations for $500.
Can I just have, we post it and we put it in the listing and we have it on the thing, and it's kind of like before 10. So what is the rule?
I'll speak to you in the back about that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25050266, case address 2507 Well Harbor Lane, owner Anwar Khan. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 10/14/25. One section complied to $50 per day, $1,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25050-266 for the property located at 2507 Whale Harbor Lane. This case was last heard on October 14, 2025 for an order to reappear where the fines began to accrue. 9-280H1 was complied on 11/9/2025. The city is seeking full imposition of the fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Anwar Khan.
Okay. Why did it take so long?
What happened, there was some issues with the permits, so we had to work with the PE to do the drawing, and then there was some issue with the foundation. Existing foundation was there, so we had to submit the drawing again. When we did the demo on the wall, we thought that the existing foundation was not there. When we did the demo, the existing foundation was there, so we had to go remodify the plans. And then that was from October 30th, and that was taking a little bit longer.
What are city costs in this case?
The admin costs are $801.
All right. So I'm going to impose city costs of $801.
Okay. Also, we made an attempt to be here last week to get it the last time, October 14th.
I'm not fining you. You're just paying city costs.
Okay.
So.
All right.
All right. Quit while you're ahead.
Oh, the letter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25010882, case address 4 Northeast 16th Place, owner Leslie Lesperance. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25 and 10/14/25. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $8,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Good morning. Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25010882, address 4 Northeast 16th Place. This case was first heard at the August 12th, 2025 magistrate hearing, where the magistrate ordered the following. For violation 9-280H1, 63 days for compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. For violation 47-2020H, 28 days for compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. For 9-280C, 28 days for compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 16th and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Leslie L'Esperance.
Okay, why is it taking so long?
This year, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and the last few months have been very problematic with her treatments, and so I've been the only one taking care of her and taking time off of work several times a week to take her to chemo. And she
How
has.
much time do you think you need?
Well, her chemo was completed last week, so if I could have like 30 days, just because of the upcoming holiday, to
I'll
have.
give you 71 and
Okay.
suspend the fines during that
Thank you.
time.
I appreciate it.
Okay, good luck to you, Mom.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 24110006, case address RMR Street. This case, owner C Club Ocean Resort Hotel, Inc. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 9/9/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $7,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addressor is read. Your Honor, this is a parking lot case, and the general manager of the resort is here to explain why there's such a delay in finishing the parking lot restoration.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Michael Mann. I'm the
Okay.
general manager of the Sea Club Resort Hotel.
Okay, all right, Mr. Mann, why is this taking so long?
Inspector Del Grosso came with a list of things that has to be improved and repaired. We did everything, and one of the items was the parking lot, which I did offer that we will do it without a permit, because she insisted with a permit. Well,
We can't
so
do it.
we went through a process of the permit, and the city lost the drawings of the parking. We're talking about historic property, the Sea Club Resort. It's historic preservation by Broward County, and the property was built in 1951. And
How much time do you think you need?
excuse
How much
me?
time do you think you
the
need?
The permit took the city 8 months to issue it, and the permit was issued for us on October 7.
Okay,
And I'm holding the permit. The permit says 180 days.
okay.
So I would like the 180 days to comply. I'll do it sooner, but I think it's fair to just to go by the permit.
Mr. Mann, are you sure that the permit indicating 180 days just doesn't mean it expires in 180 days?
I don't know.
I mean, it shouldn't take 6 months to do the parking lot.
No,
right?
I don't think it's going to take,
Right.
but the Magistrate, Your Honor, said how they are doing it on steps. It's an operation hotel. It's not a closed hotel. We didn't close the hotel.
Okay.
So So we have guests in the hotel, so we have to divide it, half a parking and half a parking, and it's a process of 6 times that we have to close the parking to comply with it.
Special Magistrate.
So it's kind of complicated.
1 second, sir.
We're not opposed to 162 days.
All right, 162 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time. I believe you have another case right below it.
Correct. That's the adjacent parking lot next to the one that we're here
Can
on.
we read in the case?
Oh, of course.
Next case, also page 41, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2411-0064, case address 3100 Belmar Street, owner C Club Ocean Resort Hotel, Inc. This case was first heard 6/10/25, complied by 9/9/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $7,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, state your name again for the record.
Michael Mann, General Manager.
Okay, anybody opposed to the same 162 days here?
And of course, that will stay the fines
Yes.
as well? Okay, thank you.
So 162 days from October 7, is that so?
No, 162 days from today.
From today.
Yes.
And that would-
You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you, sir.
that
Thank you.
would be April 30th.
April 30.
Correct.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
All right,
you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0661, case address 1031.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/25/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-12(A) is complied. 18-1, there is roof storage consisting of but not limited to mattresses, boxes, furniture pieces, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. 9-304(B) was complied on 11/18. 9-308(B), there's debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. The trees, bushes in front of the home are unkept, and there is missing ground cover on the swell and on the grass where the vehicles were being parked. 9-313(A) is complied on 11/18. 47-39.8.1.B(6)(B), there's outside storage of wood, plastic bins, furniture, and miscellaneous items. 47.19.H.2.4.A, there is a portable storage unit on the property which no permit has been applied for or issued to use on the property. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the violations, and as per pre-hearing inspection dated 11/18, the property remains out of compliance. The property owner has been referred to the Housing and Community Development Department and is actively working in coordination with Angela Walsh to correct the violations. The city is requesting a 127 days per violation thereafter, or $50 per day thereafter, with a mandatory reappearance.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Raquel Hidalgo.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 127 days? You have help to do that now? Okay, all right.
Yes, thank you.
Because if it's not brought into compliance, there's a $50 fine after that. So make sure if you run into a problem that you contact Rachel here, okay?
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Thank you.
Oh, yes, and you're going to, if the property's not yet in compliance, you're going to come back and see me on March 26th.
Okay.
All
Thank
right?
you very much.
Okay, but if the property's in compliance and everything's done, make sure you call Rachel to come out and inspect.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25080786, case address 1705 Southwest 13th Court, owner Vadim Karpov, posted at property 102425, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080786, property address 1705 Southwest 13th Court. This property was initially inspected on August 30th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, November 15, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Vadim Karpov.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 15 days or face a fine?
I apologize, I don't speak English well, so maybe I missed some understanding. Yes, I understand.
All right, repeat again what he's got to do.
Okay, in order to bring the property into compliance, you either have to take down your advertisements and stop advertising.
Yes, I stopped doing R&B at the moment.
But you have to remove your advertisements. You can't advertise.
Yes, but you can't book right now.
Okay.
If you will try book right now, you can't book.
Okay, I will check it after the hearing. But if I could still book the reservation, it's still in compliance. I mean, it's still in violation. And if it's still in violation, you have 15 days to remove the advertisements, or you're going to be fined $500 a day.
Okay, sir. And I did all the application,
Okay.
all taxes.
He'll spend time with you to check and make sure that it's properly taken down, because just pausing it is not enough. You got to take it down from the site. So I'm going to order the 15 days or $500 a day. So you either have to get your certificate within 15 days, which if you haven't started yet, you're not going to, or take the advertisement down. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25070530, case address 618 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner JPG Bell Property LLC, posted at property 102825, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25070530, address 618 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was first inspected on July 16th, 2025, and the following violations were found. 1812A, which is complied. However, this is a recurring violation. Reference case CE 2406-04101, and will be brought before the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact. Violation 15-28. There are two businesses at this location operating without a current year business tax receipt: Solner Enterprises and Mama's Used Clothing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following: for 1812A, a finding of fact, and for 15-28, 71 days for compliance, or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Mark Saramer for the owner.
Okay, and the city has requested on the first violation that I enter a finding of fact that the violation existed. Can we move these pictures? Next picture.
Yeah, those are the ones of the current violation.
Okay.
The overgrown is compliant.
All right. Okay. Are you in agreement you still have the business, the two businesses that don't have their tax receipts? Are you in agreement to bring that into compliance within 71 days?
That's a little bit out of our control, but we are evicting the tenant as a result of that. We tried to assist them in getting their licensing.
Mm-hmm.
They were lacking proper insurance,
Okay.
which we lined up for them. They refused to get it, and so they didn't get their licenses. So we had no choice, but we did file an eviction.
Okay.
We're in the final processes of that. This particular tenant is problematic in the sense that they have many, many vehicles and storage. It's outdoor storage, and they're doing a clothing sorting business. So we are going to evict them. It's going to be quite a bit of a project to remove everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking into the legality of how we can legally remove all those items, but the businesses will be shut down.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 71 days. But if you run into a problem and because of what's going on, you need to contact the inspector and file a request for extension.
Yes.
If this isn't resolved in 71 days, okay?
We certainly will.
Okay. Now, I'm having a little bit of problem with the finding of fact when I can't see the rubbish and debris. There's no picture.
Well, we brought one of the one that we had control over into compliance, but these other two are tenant related, and we just cannot. Actually, they're all tenant related, but the one we were able to fix.
Okay. All right. I can't rule on the finding of fact without any pictures. So,
I understand.
I'm just gonna, if they want to refile that, they can refile it or reset it. But I am not going to rule
But rest
that
assured, we
exists
will
without
get it
evidence.
resolved anyway. It's in the works.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25040414, case address 4521 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner FKH SFR C1LP in care of First Key Homes LLC, personal service on 10/27/25, posted at 1 East Broward, 10/31/25.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was first cited on April 14, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 9-304B. The driveway at this property is discolored and is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. This is a recurrent violation, CKCE 240-20060. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to hearing date. Violation 47-34.4.B.1 has complied, and the property was cited again for violation 9-304B due to a vehicle that was parked on the grass. However, the vehicle no longer parked at the grass, so that violation has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/12/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 9-304B or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Virginia Costa on behalf of the homeowners, and we agree with the 71-day. We hope to have be in compliance before then.
Perfect.
I appreciate
Thank
the 71 days.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24100466, case address 806 Northwest 10 Terrace, owner FTL 806 Storage LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 10/14/25. 4 sections complied at $250 per day, $28,250 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Name, case, and address as read at the special magistrate hearing on 8/12/2025. Special magistrate duly ordered 63 days to comply for the violation 47, TAC 20.20H, 28 days for 9, TAC 306, and for the remaining violation, 10 days to comply for $250 per day thereafter for the violations. Violation 47, TAC 2020H complied on 10/21/2025, being out of compliance for 7 days. Violation 9, TAC 306 complied on 10/21/2025, being out of compliance for 42 days. Violation 18, TAC 4C complied on 8/26/2025, being out of compliance for 4 days. Violation 18, TAC 12A complied on 10/21/2025, being out of compliance for 60 days. The property was posted on 11/4/2025. As of today's date, all violations are complied. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
John Cho, property manager.
Okay, can you tell me why it took so long to get this property into compliance?
Hi, Thomas D. Tomaso, general contractor. We had some tenant issues. Thanks to the code enforcement staff as well as senior staff, we had several meetings. We looked into completely renovating the whole entire building and all the parcels. The owner purchased the property in January of 2024. We inherited some really tenant favorable leases. We've been to civil court. The ownership has been to civil court multiple times, trying to evict the tenants, trying to get the tenants into compliance. We lost, unfortunately, because of the leases. We have worked with the city and met with them several times, and we started working as soon as we were aware of the issues. We started working on them, and it just took a little bit extra to get them into compliance.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Supervisor Kaloyan, City of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to add for the record that they were very compliant and they did take care of everything. However, this area is very familiar to people who have worked or lived in the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is off of Northwest 10th Terrace in that area. It's high crime, a lot of cars, derelict vehicles all over the place. So his shop, among other shops, were also part of the problem. So I just wanted for the record that they were very compliant and they did a lot of work and they did get a lot done. So just for the record.
Okay, all right. And what are city costs?
902.
All right. I will reduce the fine to $2,500.
Thank you. Thank you
so much.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Aleda Mace, number CE 3125.
Code Compliance Officer Mesa number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25070806, address 2548 Middle River Drive. An inspection of the property was conducted 7/28/25 with violations cited as follows. 1812A complied. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are cracks, missing asphalt, and discoloration. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted 11/15/25 and violation remained. The city requests as follows: 71 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for each violation.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Mary Urego.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 71 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes.
All right, great. Thanks for your
Thank you.
cooperation.
Appreciate it.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25010880, case address 939 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner Goddess Ltd. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 10/14/25. 5 sections not complied at $150 per day, $27,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 25010880, address 939 Northwest 8th Avenue. This case was first heard at the August 12th, 2025 hearing where the magistrate ordered 63 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 17th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Lisette Sierra, attorney on behalf of the owner.
Okay.
My name is Alfonso Yaller.
All right. Can you tell me why nothing's been done?
Yes, Madam Magistrate. When we were last here, we informed the magistrate on duty that day that we had engaged a contractor, GG Renovations LLC, in order to begin the demolition by obtaining a permit. We paid, and that contractor has since disappeared. So we had to go through the process of doing the change of contractor with the city, and that was completed just recently, October 17th. Then we had to, of course, continue with the permitting with a new contractor, which we now have engaged, TTM Builders. The building permit was submitted. They requested additional information, and it's now pending as of last night.
How much time are you requesting?
If we could have at least 90 days, if we could have a little bit more, that would be great, because between receiving the permit and beginning the work, but they have been doing everything possible to comply.
But why can't they pick up the trash in the meantime?
Oh, but they absolutely do. The problem is, and we discussed it the last time we were here, where that lot is located, there's constantly homeless coming in, putting up tents, and we're constantly cleaning. I know that the inspector can relay that to you, Madam Magistrate. We try our best, and we do it daily.
All right.
Things will definitely change once we build there.
All right. Anything else? I'm going to give you one more extension, 99 days, and suspend the fines during that time. But this needs to get taken care of.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam
All right.
Magistrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 25020155, case address 3021 Northeast 26th Street, owner 26th Street LLC, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Paulette Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addressor is read. Could the case number be reread so I can confirm the case? Oh, thank you. This matter was first inspected on February 6th and cited for the following violation. 8-91C, the seawall at this property is in disrepair. An inspection report was mailed to the owner of record with 60 days to file for a permit to begin restoring the wall. A building permit was filed on April 4th. To date, the seawall remains in disrepair with no signs of restoration occurring. Therefore, the city requests 71 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Mordechai Shushan.
Okay. And are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 71 days?
I just want to add one more thing.
Sure.
This will require two types of permits, one environmental and one from the building department. We just passed the environmental. We got the permit. I have it right here.
Okay, good.
And now I submit everything back to the building department. It's in the process, which I have a record right here. I did not issue yet the building department. Probably in the middle of December, I'll be approved. compliance with Caracas, Inspector Caracas. All the permits are here, submitted, and approval by the environmental already.
Okay.
Correct, Your Honor. The owner typically has 365 days to restore the title barrier, so that would push this out much further than the previous suggestion of 71 days.
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we give him 190 days? Do we need an order to reappear, you think?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I just ask for an extension when we need it, or will it have to be appeared?
190 days would be May 28th. You don't think you'd
I
be
don't have
done?
a permit yet from the building
Okay,
department.
right, okay.
So I would like to have maybe an option to get it extended in case.
Yeah, in the event that you're not finished by that date, then you can contact the inspector and request a further extension, okay?
Appreciate it.
All right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25090731, case address 2065 Southwest 28th Terrace, owner 2065 Southwest 28th LLC, posted at property 101825, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25090731, property address 2065 Southwest 28th Terrace. This property was initially inspected on September 6, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1A. There are 3 violations of the city's ordinance which constitute a request for a 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 25060100, 15-2787, advertising occupancy, CE 25060052, 17-7.1A, residential amplified sound, and 17-7.10, residential non-amplified sound. There is a total of 3 violations. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Simon, property manager.
Okay. Under the code, with 3 prior violations, the code is clear that I shall suspend for 180 days. I really don't have any discretion in the matter, but I'll certainly let you, state what you want for the record.
I mean, is there anything I can say that's going to avoid, or?
There's really nothing because, it's a shall. They don't give me any discretion in it. Once you've done the 3 violations, then there's it's not really an automatic suspension because you got to come before me, but the code says that I shall grant the suspension, so.
And for the amplified and non-amplified noise, is there any video? Because I know that it's 2 in 1, but I haven't seen any videos of that matter.
Okay, let's look at the video. Wait, was this previously heard? Yes. Yeah. See,
Okay.
it's not before me right now because it's been previously heard. You didn't go to the last hearing?
No, it was a holiday, so I couldn't attend.
Okay, all right.
It was just referenced in his case presentation, but it's not before.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do because the prior hearings made a finding of fact that the violations existed. I have before me 3 adjudicated violations, and I have to suspend your license. Sorry.
Okay. Is there any time that it needs to be done today, or is it possible to have some
Do you
time?
have people in the house now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so I can make it, I can give you 30 days before the order takes place so that you can take care of who's ever in there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 250105558, case address 5030 Northeast 14 Terrace, owner Innsbrook Investment Incorporated. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25 and 8/12/25. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $2,000. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $9,900. Grand total $11,900. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
I'm the one with the phone that went off, even though I turned the volume off.
That's all right. I didn't even hear it. That's okay.
My name is Fred Famine.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Baumann. If you give him a chance to present the case to me, then I'll.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This case is non-compliant. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name again.
Okay, my name again is Fred Baumann.
Okay.
And I wish to say hello.
Hello.
And I'd like to, at the start of it, say that I think that the code enforcement officer has been the consummate gentleman. He's always responded to me when I've communicated. Notwithstanding that, I think my oversight has created a problem, but my oversight has certainly not been willful or intentional. And I believe that I've done pretty much everything I can do. Anyway, let me go back. I've owned this property, or my family's owned it, and now my company owns it, over 50 years. Originally acquired it in 1972, lived there right out of law school for several years, lived in Fort Lauderdale, served as a director of the Broward Bar Association.
I'm familiar with you, counsel.
I try to be an honorable and responsible person.
Yeah.
I always have. When I had my 82nd birthday, I became sketchier than I used to be. I used to be a sharp individual, I promise. 80 rated, whatever, for the longest time. But if I can look at my notes, owned the property over 50 years. The initial notice, I never got. We now live in Key Largo, Florida, but we were in North Carolina in the summertime. And I had a mail forwarding in with the post office, but the very first violations I received notice of, 2 of them I had time, and I complied with both of those, I think. And I sent some text messages and communicated. As I say, it's always been very responsive. My oversight, I think, was not following formal procedure that requests extension. I was on the verge at that time of heart surgery. I ended up going into the University of Miami, and I had a mitral valve replacement and aortic valve repair. And when I got out, I learned that the sod, which is one of the issues that I replaced, I'd hired a lawman to replace sod, and I learned that it was dead. It was not green like it's supposed to be. Anyway, I didn't learn that until very recently. When I learned it, I asked my yard man to go out and replace it. I'd already paid him the first time to do it as soon as I learned about it. And he went out, and Officer Kendrick was very concerned that the sod he had given. But some photographs I took just yesterday when we came up, that sod is turning green now. So I
Okay.
think the sod's in compliance.
All right.
I never, ever got, the other citation had to do with some windows, but I didn't get the notice on that until the deadline had already come about.
Okay, what are costs in this case?
You said the total cost? Admin cost is $884.
Okay, how about if I reduce this to $884 administrative costs?
Well, I think that's very kind of you, and I appreciate it. And I thank Mr. Kendrick for his help along the way as well.
Okay, good
Am I
luck.
okay now, as far as?
Yes, sir. Everything is good at the property.
Okay, and thank you again, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you very much. By the way, over my lifetime, practicing law in Broward County, I've appeared before many judges, many proceedings, and I gotta say, you do a fine job.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Been doing this since 2007. That's the first person who said that. Thank you, Mr. Bauman. No, I know that. I mean, from a respondent. I meant from a respondent, yeah.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2501-0118, case address 1530 Northwest 11th Court, owner JEP Barcelona LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. One suspension from 10/14/25 to 11/19/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $5,700 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2501-01-118. Property address 1530 Northwest 11th Court. The case was first appeared on August 25th, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A and 28 days to comply for the remaining violations at a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and this is a case to reappear. Which one?
12th Court. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I read the wrong one in there. Okay, let me read the right case in. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2501-0297-1530 Northwest 12th Court. And that owner is Leonard Jefferson. Shantaria Long Jefferson.
No, negative.
Are you here for the JEP Barcelona?
Yes.
Okay.
1530 Northwest.
Okay, so that's the right.
I'm reading.
Right, this is the wrong address here. Okay. You're good, Bovary.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis.
Can you read the case number again so that we know which case we're in?
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2501-0118. Property address 1530 Northwest 11th Court. The case was first appeared on the magistrate on August 25th, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Property owner was ordered 10 days to correct violation 18-12A and 28 days to comply with all remaining violation at a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and this is a case to reappear. So I will ask, since the case are in compliance, I'm going to ask the property manager to waive his right to a master hearing so fine can be imposed. Ma'am, do you swear to waive your right?
Hi, I'm Anna Lara. We're the property management company for
Okay.
this property.
All right. Just let me explain that we scheduled this on an order to reappear, but in the meantime, after we scheduled it, you complied the case. And so you're here, and the case is complied, and the question is, can we go forward with the hearing on the fines, or would you like that rescheduled because we didn't notice it for fines today?
Sure.
You waive the notice for the Massey hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me why this took so long.
So this was managed by another company, and we just started managing his properties. He has a bunch of violations in the city, so we're trying to correct it. We started managing it in August, and I did appear in court here, I don't know, like a month ago or two. So we've been working with him to try to arrange all the things that this house has with other multiple properties that he has. So, like I said, we just started managing it, and it was managed by a previous company that pretty much didn't take care of anything, or all the violations. So,
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor, I have to agree that once she started working the property, that's when the property was brought to compliance.
Okay. And what are city costs?
City cost at this time is $847.
All right. I'm going to reduce it to $1,800, including costs. So,
okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 26, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25090242, case address 1717 Southwest 5th Place, owner Casa Tica 1717 LLC, posted at property 102425, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25090242, property address 1717 Southwest 5th Place. This property was initially inspected on September 11, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2787, complied. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. This is a repeat violation of CE 24040065. At the Special Magistrate hearing on May 30th, 2024, Special Magistrate Cannon ruled in favor of the city and ordered $300 per day thereafter if the violation reoccurred. During this repeat violation, the property was out of compliance for the following days: 9/11, 9/12, 9/13, and 9/17. The property was found to be in compliance on 9/20/2025. The city is requesting $300 per day to be imposed for this repeat violation, for a total of $1,200 for the 4 days that the property was found to be out of compliance. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, November 15, 2025.
Please state your name for the record.
Gunel Alieva. I'm representing Ms. Rosa Esteves.
Okay. All right. Can you tell me why this property was out of compliance yet again?
Yes. After that, the inspector Oaks already know we changed the management company because they not, pay attention, and all the time we find out that we have a violation. We again, talk with them, and in few days they again changing it because I don't know why. But after that, when we was here last time, and Ms. Rosa also get 3,500 fines. And she paid full, and after that she changed the management company. And we hope so it's not going to happen again, because now she do pay attention for that. That's why she kindly ask you, to reduce the amount of the fine because we already changed the management, you know, it's not going to happen again.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. This is being heard on a repeat violation, which means that it was violated once, then it probably came back on a recurring violation, and we found a finding of fact, and now here we go again.
Yes.
You know, these things are these violations are the property owner's responsibility.
Yes.
And, you know, especially if it's happened once, she should have been right on them. So I'm going to impose the $1,200 fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 27, Inspector Ahmad Wallace, case number CE 25100131, case address 1051 Park Drive, owner Ronell Theodore. This case was first cited 10-425 to comply by 10-425. 3 sections complied at $250 for a total of $750. Appeal deadline was 10-19-25. And there was a citation appeal received. The city is requesting the full amount.
Officer Ahmad Wallace presenting on the behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first cited on 10-4-2025 following a complaint regarding loud loud noise at a vacation rental, and the following violations were observed. 15-281, parentheses A, this vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. This violation is irreversible in nature, thus resulting in an immediate fine of $250. 15-278 parentheses 1, parentheses E. There is a Chapter 15, Article X, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. This violation is irreversible in nature, thus resulting in an immediate fine of $250. 15-275, parentheses 5. The responsible party failed to respond to the property in person within 1 hour of being notified by a vacation rental occupant, law enforcement officer, emergency personnel, or the city. This violation is irreversible in nature, thus resulting in an immediate fine of $250. This concludes my testimony.
Okay.
Sound went out. Oh.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Ronell Theodore.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
It wasn't no loud music, and I had my family over because one of my cousins who just beat cancer wanted to have a little get together. So I did answer the phone when the officer called, but I was not in town. I was out the state.
Okay, is there loud music?
Magistrate,
part of
no.
this?
So
No.
we got the call for the loud music, but when we got there was no loud music. So we're
Okay.
not citing for the
All
music.
right, so you win that one. But what about the other 3?
Oh, but the parking lot control, I can't control that. I wasn't there, so.
Yeah.
But it wasn't no loud music.
What about the expired certificate?
Reason I ain't never renew it because I ain't want to do Airbnb no more.
Yeah, I don't blame you. All right. Okay, you were out of town, but
Yeah, because I was with my newborn. That's
okay.
why.
Okay. Unfortunately, you have to leave someone in charge when you're out of town because someone has to respond and they have to go to the premises, right? So if he's out of town, he can't.
No,
do
I
that.
had somebody that was there when I called. When he called me, he was like, "Hey, I got a complaint." I was like, "What's the complaint?" He was like, "Loud music," but he was like, "I'm listening." So I'm like, "If you got any trouble, you could just go to the door and knock on the door, and she'll come out and talk to you." And he was like, "It's okay." And that was it.
Okay. All right. But the person whose number is given to respond needs to respond.
No, I did respond.
Yeah.
When the officer called me.
Okay.
I
But
picked up.
But you were not in town.
No, I was
so
out the state.
Okay. I don't know that there's any
I couldn't respond. I'm way in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Mr. Theodore, so your property, since it is a vacation rental, you're operating underneath the vacation rental standards, and there's certain requirements that you need to abide by, and one of them is you as a responsible party need to be able to be present at the property within 1 hour of being called by code, police, or whatever other city official it may be. And because you were gone and you did not appear as the responsible party, that's why you were cited for that.
Oh, I thought about answering the phone was the same thing.
Yeah. No,
But if I'm miles and miles away,
unfortunately
can't do
not. So I really don't have much choice but to impose the fine. Sorry.
Good.
That's all I can do.
How many days?
You'll get an order in the mail as to how many days or whatever. Yeah.
All right.
All
That's
right.
it?
That's it.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 25010088, case address 1920 Northwest 9th Street, owner Katana 1920 LLC. This case was first, I'm sorry, that's the wrong case. At the bottom of page 54, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 25011001, case address 633 Northwest 14th Terrace, owner Chino Caesar and Sylvester McCall. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 8/28/25. One suspension from 10/14/25 to 11/19/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. This is in order to reappear.
Do you waive your rights for Massey? Oh. Name, case, and address as read. Guy Sider, at the Special Magistrate on 10/14/2025. Special Magistrate Dudley granted 36-day extension in an order to reappear on 11/19/2025. Property was posted on 11/4/2025. Violation 9 Tag 305B complied on 11/17/2025, being out of compliance for 52 days. As of today's date, all violations are complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Tadafidi McCall.
Okay. And is there a problem on notice in the Massey hearing?
Special Magistrate, this was an order to reappear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And now it's in compliance.
Okay. All right. So this is an order to reappear, but in the meantime, since we've made the order, you complied the property, which is a really good thing. But we did not notice this for a Massey hearing, which means we did not notice it for fines today. Now, we can certainly renotice this and hear the fines a different day, or you can waive that right and we'll hear the fines today.
We can hear the fines today. I don't want to come back no more.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Please, no more. I don't want to come back here no more.
I don't blame you. Okay. Just explain to me why the landscaping took so long.
Ma'am, it's the people in the neighborhood. I don't live there. I live like across the tracks because Guy is also my code enforcement officer. But I don't live there. It's the people in the neighborhood. They park their car right there. They throw everything. It's terrible. They even throw trash there. I don't come over there like that. But when I do come, we clean up. But it's the point they wanted us to put grass. It's nothing there. Ain't no sprinkler system to water the grass. But I put it down anyways.
Okay. All right. What's the cost on this case?
$488.
Okay. You know, regardless of who's doing what to the property, if you own the property, you're responsible for it. That's the way the code is written.
You seen all that trash they had out there by that gate? We didn't put none of that in there, man.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. All right. I'm going to reduce the city cost of $488.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Just for making me laugh. We're going to take a break.
Yes, we'll take a break. We're going to page 4, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 25080164, case address 1701 Northwest 9th Court, owner JV Ready 9 Court LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Name, case, and address as read. This property was first inspected on 6/30/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 24, Tac 7B, complied. 47, Tac 21.9M. The vacant lot has several areas where there are dead and missing ground cover. This includes but not limited to the swell area of the property. 9, Tac 304B, complied. Property was posted on 11/3/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/10/2025. The property remained in violation. For violation 47, Tac 21.9M, the city is requesting compliance within 71 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Our next case, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 25040484, case address 2311 Northwest 7th Street, owner Bracho and Brito LLC, posted at property 103125, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Name, case, and address as read. This property was first inspected on 5/19/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9, Tac 305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18, Tac 12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish on this property and its swell. 9, Tac 363, complied. Property was posted on 10/30/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/10/2025, and the property remains in violation. For violation 9, Tac 305B, the city is requesting compliance within 71 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. For violation 1812A, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Our next case, page 6, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25060051, case address 526 Northeast 8th Street, owner Flagler Village Land Trust, personal service on 10/28/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/25.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25060051, address 526 Northeast 8th Street. This property was first inspected on June 4th, 2025, and the following violation was found. 9-307A, the window in Unit 1301 is not secured in a tight-fitting and weatherproof manner. There is rainwater leaking into the apartment from the window. The property was last inspected on October 6, 2025, and the violation remains. At this time, the city is requesting 71 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25070352, case address 2650 Northwest 20th Street, owner Committed to the Cause Ministry, Inc., posted at property 10/31/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/31/25.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 9/4/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A has complied. This is a recurring violation referred to case number CE 25060083 and will be heard in front of magistrate whether it comes in compliance or not. 9-305B has complied. An inspection report was posted on 9/4/25 and notice of hearing was posted on 10/27/25. As pre-hearing inspection on 11/12/25, the property is in compliance. The city is just seeking finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
So ordered. Next case, page 9, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080232. Did we hear? Oh, okay. Sorry, back to page 8. Hold on, Ramon. Back to page 8. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25070847, case address 1095 Southeast 17th Street, owner Lauderdale Harbors Parking, Inc., posted at property 102825, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on July 29th, 2025, and cited for the following violation: 47-20.20.H. Parking facilities at this property are not being properly maintained and may create a hazard or nuisance. There are potholes near quarter deck and other areas. The stop bars near Village Well Pub and other locations are faded. The asphalt has numerous cracks. The parking surface is discolored, and the striping is faded or missing. Wheel stops are also missing or broken. The handicap parking spaces or stripes are also faded. The inspection report was posted on the property July 29, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner. Re-inspected September 3rd, 2025. Posted October 28th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 13th, 2025, and found that the violation is not complied. The city is requesting 71 days or a fine of $100 thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 9, Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 2508-0232. Case address 1104 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner Panassa LLC. Posted at property 102425. Posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80232 for the property located at 1104 Southwest 22nd Terrace. The property was first inspected on August 8th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220807883. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair and is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. The driveway has cracks and areas that are lifted. The gravel apron has grass growing through it and bare areas of missing gravel. Furthermore, there are vehicles parked on the lawn. The violation is complied, but it is a recurring violation to case CE 220807883. 9-306, complied. There are areas of the fascia that have black stains and areas of missing paint. This is a recurring violation to case CE 220807783. 9-280H1, complied. 9-313.A, the property is not identified by approved address numbers. The violation is complied. However, this is a recurring violation to case CE 220807783. As of October 8th, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 9-305B, 9-304B, 9-306, and 9-313.8.
So ordered. Next case, page 10, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080585, case address 417 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Indus LLC, posted at property 102425, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250800585 for the property located at 417 Southwest 25th Terrace. The property was first inspected on August 21st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.16.A, complied. 9-305B, complied. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. This is a repeat violation to case CE 230-60402. Fines will begin from the date the violation was first observed and will continue to accrue daily until compliance is met. 9-304B, complied. The gravel driveway area is overgrown with grass and has bare areas of missing gravel. This is a recurring violation to case CE 230-60402. 9-306, complied. There are areas of the fascia that is missing paint. Furthermore, the exterior walls are dirty and have areas with stains and missing paint. This is a recurring violation to case CE 230-50162. 18-12.8, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, and landscaping debris on the property and its swale. This is a repeat violation to case CE 240-90310. Fines will begin to accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. 9-280C, complied. The walkway is overgrown and has grass growing through it. This is a recurring violation to case CE 241-10611. 9-363, complied. Failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted. This is a recurring violation to case CE 240-80497. As of October 2nd, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking to impose a fine of $100 per day per violation 9-305 for every day it was out of compliance, and a fine of $100 per each day violation 18-12A was observed. Violation 9-305B complied on October 2nd, 2025, and was out of compliance for 38 days. Violation 18-12.A was observed a total of 3 days, with the dates being August 20, August 24th, and August 27th, for a total imposition of fines for $4,100. Furthermore, the city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-304B, 9-306, 9-280C, and 9-363.
Okay. Finding of fact is ordered. The 9-305B, it was out of compliance for 38 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 18-12A, how many days?
So for 18-12A, $8 per each time.
Thank you.
Special
ordered.
Magistrate,
Yes.
for 9-363, can we remove the finding of fact? The landlord registration. It's complied. We don't want a finding of fact for 9-363.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No finding of fact for 9-363. Great. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 250700443, case address 101 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, number 202, owner Las Olas Oceanfront number 1 LLC, posted at property 11/5/25, posted at Winnie's Broward 10/31/25.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. Your Honor, as no one has appeared today on behalf of Cafe Del Mar, the city requests the full imposition of fines.
Which case you call it?
This is 101 South Fort Lauderdale Beach, number 202.
It's under new business.
It's under new business.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay. CE 250700443, 101 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This matter was first inspected on July 16th and cited for the following violation: 47-2411D, an alteration, artificial turf installed outside at Cafe Del Mar without first obtaining a certificate of appropriateness by the Historic Preservation Board, was made at this location. I hand-delivered the inspection report to Costa Mikev, the general manager of Cafe Del Mar, with a compliance date to apply for a certificate of appropriateness with the Historic Preservation Board by August 25th, 2025. An application was also emailed on July 21st to the business, then to the attorney for the business on November 5th. To date, no application is on file. Therefore, the city requests 71 days or $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 250700957, case address 200 South Birch Road, owner Stephen Calder, in care of Davy Realty, posted at property 11/3/25, posted at Winnie's Broward 10/31/25.
Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The address and case are as read. This matter was first inspected on July 31st and cited for the following violation: 47195D5. There is a white concrete buffer wall on the east side of the property that needs repair. An inspection report was mailed to the owner of record, and as of today, the wall remains in the same condition. However, management reached out to me this week and said the wall will be repaired. Therefore, the city requests 71 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 25090443, case address 500 Montana Avenue, owner 500 Montana Avenue LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The address and case are as read. This matter was first inspected on September 18th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. 18-11B, the swimming pool located at this unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash, and debris. This is a recurrence of a previous case, and as such will be heard before the special magistrate, whether it comes into compliance or not. An inspection report was posted on site and mailed to the owner of record. No one has contacted me regarding the property, and it remains in violation. Therefore, the city requests 10 days or $500 per day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25060123, case address 424 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner Leonard Goggins, posted at property 102425, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good afternoon. Vanessa Willis, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25060123 for the property located at 424 Northwest 14th Avenue. The property was first inspected on June 11, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-313A complied. 18-12A complied. Violation 9-280H1. The fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required, including but not limited to the chain link fence on the property with missing gate. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-304B, driveway is chipped or broken and has dirt, oil stains, and/or oil stains. There are vehicles parked on the grass and lawn area. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. And 47-34.1.8.1 complied, and 47-39A1B10 is withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 15, 2025, and all violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photo submitted for the record. The city is requesting 71 days to comply or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Is 9-306 complied?
No, it is not. He put stucco on the exterior of the property, but it still needs to be painted.
All right, so.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. So ordered. 71 days or $50
Thank
a day
you.
thereafter.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25040553, case address 522 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Melissa Ann McNamee. This case is complied. Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25070812, case address 1133 Northwest 2nd Street, owner CDH Management LLC. This case is also complied.
Yes.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25070885, case address 401 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Tommy Bolden and Mildred Maxine Bolden.
Vanessa Willis, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The property was first inspected on August 2nd. The address and the case number as read into the record. The property was first inspected on August 2nd, 2025, and given. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. No problem.
There's still posting information. Next case, page 16. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24050599, case address 1142 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Laverne Blake, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2405-0599, property address 1142 Northwest 15th Avenue. The property was first inspected in May 18, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that includes on the right-of-way. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-308B is complied. Notice of hearing was posted on the property in November 5th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requested 71 days to comply or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2406-0407, case address 1606 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Dorothy Davis, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2406-0407, property address 1606 Northwest 15th Avenue. Property was first inspected in June 19, 2024. Following violation were observed. Violation 9-306 complied. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There are cracks, holes, and the blacktop is fitted. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the soil area. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on November 5th, 2025, and pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 19, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days to comply or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 17, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2505-0603, case address 1300 Northwest 11th Court, owner Avi Zangi, posted at property 11725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2505-0603, property address 1300 Northwest 11th Court. The property was inspected in May 24, 2025, and following violation were observed. Violation 9-363 is complied. Violation 9-30. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2109-0474. This case will be heard at the next available magistrate hearing, whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 9-308B is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that includes the swell area. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2109-0474. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate hearing, whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 6-5 is complied. Violation 47-34.1.81 is complied. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of facts for violation 9-306 and 9-305B.
So ordered. Next case, page 18, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2408-0622, case address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner DeCapa LLC, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
Again, good afternoon, Your Magistrate. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2408-0622, property address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected in August 30th, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property that includes the swell area. Violation 47-21.15.d, there is a total of 4 trees abused from this property, Zone B, Boulevard Business Zone, without first obtaining the permit. 3 Lissaluma trees and a yellow tabua were severally hat-racked and are cut down to the stump. This case will be brought to a special magistrate to request to impose a fine up to $15,000. The city is requesting $150 to impose for each tree that were hat-racked or abused immediately. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in November 8, 2025. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in November 19, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days to comply with violation 9-305B and violation 47-21.15.d or fine of $100 for each day thereafter, and then 15 days for violation 18-12A or fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25080369, case address 3608 Southwest 13th Court, owner Sitter Corp. Inc., posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25080369 for the property located at 3608 Southwest 13th Court. This case was first cited on August 17, 2025 for the following violations. 47-34.1.a.1 is complied. 18-12A is complied. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 25040-640. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-20.20.h is complied. All violations were complied as of September 1, 2025. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25080531, case address 3507 Southwest 14th Street, owner Elizabeth Sosa Portal, posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25080-531 for the property located at 3507 Southwest 14th Street. The case was first cited on August 19, 2025 for the following violations. 18-4C is complied. 47-34.1.a.1 is complied. 9-304B is complied. 47-19.1.d is complied. 18-12A is complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 16, and the violation 9-305B remained. The city is seeking 71 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2506-0314, case address 3410 Southwest 27th Street, owner Tedesco Family Partners LP, posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 103125.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 2506314 for the property located at 3410 Southwest 27th Street. The case was first cited on July 30, 2025 for the following violations. 25-13 is complied. 9-304B is complied. 47-39.A.1.B 6B. There is unpermitted outdoor storage occurring on this RS-6.85A zoned property. The outdoor storage consists of, but is not limited to, indoor chairs, indoor tables, boxes, totes, ladders, dollies, boat engines, cushions, cleaning supplies, gas cans, coolers, tarps, and other miscellaneous items. 47-19.1.B. There are multiple canopies on the front and rear of the property. No accessory use within a required yard. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 16, and the following violations remained. 47-39.A.1.B 6B and 47-19.1.B. The city is seeking 71 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation to run thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2506-0324, case address 6015 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Lakeview Plaza, Inc., posted at property 102725, posted at Wendy's Broward 103125.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on June 13, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 15-28. The business, the Ultimate Hair Creation, at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/12/2025, and the business remains without a current year business tax receipt. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 15-28 or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 23, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2410-0018, case address 1011 Northwest 49th Street, owner Troy G. Schloss, posted at property 102725, posted at Wendy's Broward 103125.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 10/1/24 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation 9-306 has complied. Violation 9-308B has complied. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. And violation 9-304B has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/17/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos for 9-305B. The city is requesting 99 days for violation 9-305B or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2502-0542, case address 3361 Northwest 64th Street, owner Aminata Miller, Infinite Gratitude Happiness Trust, posted at property 102725, posted at Wendy's Broward 103125.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 2/19/25 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-1 has complied. Violation 9-304B. The driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The driveway is discolored. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of missing ground cover. Violation 9-280C complied, and violation 9-306 has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 12, 2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 9-305B and 71 days for violation 9-304B, or a daily fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 25, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25100469, case address 1786 Northeast 21st Street, owner Albatross Real Estate LP, posted at property 102425, posted at Wendy's Broward 103125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on October 15, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1A. There are 3 violations of the city's ordinance, which constitute a request for a 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 25090346, 15-2781E, vacation rental parking violation, 17-7.1A, residential amplified sound, and 15-2755, responsible party failed to respond. There is a total of 3 violations. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Yeah. Do you want it effective immediately or 30 days or?
I'll say effective immediately. They're not here.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Ahmad Wallace, case number CE 25080660, case address 6730 Northwest 26th Avenue. We did that one? Okay. Case page 30, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25090687, case address 2841 Northeast 35th Court, owner Vicky L. Darnell. This case was first cited at 927.25 to comply by 927.25. 2 sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 10/12/25. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Our next case, page 32, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2503-0584, case address 1100 Northwest 5th Avenue, numbers 1 through 3, owner Jean Lespinas. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25 and 10/14/25. 2 sections not complied at $150 per day, $18,750 accrued. 2 sections complied at $150 per day, $5,100 accrued for a grand total of $23,850. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 24110333, case address 630 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner PE Investments 1 LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25, 9/9/25, and 10/14/25. 5 sections not complied at $100 per day, $35,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 23020551, case address 729 Northwest 19th Avenue, owner Rafael Fischetti. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 7/27/23. 1 section complied at $100 per day for a total of $700. The city is requesting the full amount. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 8/31/23 and to reimpose.
So ordered.
Did we do the next case, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 24090322, case address 1722 Northwest 8th Court, owner USA Rio Jara LLC. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. All violations are now in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of fines of $13,200. If you're going to read that one here.
Correct. For 913 Northwest 12th Avenue, is that correct?
No, 1722 Northwest 8th. I think I have that change that you made already on that one.
Okay. 1722. Hold on one second. Correct. This is complied.
Okay, it is compliance, and a correction, the total amount of fines is $13,000, and we are asking for full imposition of fines.
Okay, so it's 13, not 13.
13, right.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 37, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0430, case address 670 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Sophia Jackson Gopi. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,450 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110656, case address 1430 Southwest 27th Street, owner Sinetka Development Corp., and we are requesting to vacate and close this case.
So ordered.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110662, case address 1418 Southwest 27th Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner Sinetka Development Corp. We are also asking to vacate and close this case.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25040665, case address 2101 Northeast 68th Street, owner Ashley House Association, Inc. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25, 9/9/25, and 10/14/25. Three sections not complied at $100 per day, $19,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25040495, case address 1725 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Arthur A. Daniels Trust. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/11/25 and 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $37,350 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 25050633, case address 101 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Las Olas Oceanfront Number 1 LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 8/22/25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $26,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25020514, case address 3767 Southwest 17th Street, owner Ryan Keith Olette, and we are requesting to vacate the fines and close this case.
So ordered.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050005, case address 3363 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Harwood Global LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $7,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050123, case address 1744 East Commercial Boulevard, owner Ash Properties Group 2 LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector, page 49, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050474, case address 5100 North State Road 7, owner 5100 North State Road 7 FLL Inc. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One section complied at $150 per day, $1,950 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100675, case address 1715 Southeast 10th Street, owner Lynn Levesque Caskin Gay. We are requesting to vacate and close this case.
So ordered.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 25010088, case address 1920 Northwest 9th Street, owner Katana 1920 LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 11/19/25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this was in order to reappear.
Okay, so it just gets held over for Massey?
The fines will start tomorrow.
Right, okay, so I don't have to do anything with that, right? Okay.
Next case, page 55, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25010297, case address 1530 Northwest 12th Court, owner Leonard Jefferson and Shanteria Long Jefferson. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this was in order to reappear.
Okay, fines will start.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25040467, case address 3917 Southwest 13th Court, owner Patricia B. Marshall. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 8/12/25. One suspension from 8/12/25 to 11/19/25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this was in order to reappear.
Okay.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23080539, case address 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 4/9/25 to comply by 5/14/25 and 7/9/25. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,600 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This was in order to reappear.
Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read in. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 4/9/24. At that hearing, Special Magistrate Cannon ordered 10 days to comply for the violations of 9-363, 35 days for violation 9-306, and 91 days for violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, or $100 per day thereafter. Special Magistrate Cannon also ordered a mandatory reappearance. At the Special Magistrate hearing in 7/9/24, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 91-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing 11/12/24, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 147-day extension. And at the Special Magistrate hearing dated 4/8, Special Magistrate Cannon granted an additional 71-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 9/9, Special Magistrate Duty granted an additional 71-day extension and in order to reappear at this hearing. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 11/18, the violation of 47-20.20 parentheses H remains out of compliance. The city is requesting an additional 71-day extension with the stay of fines and a mandatory reappearance for the January 29th hearing.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25050192, case address 690 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Claudette Melvin. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this was a request for extension.
Okay, well, you don't show, they don't get an extension.
Next case, page 62, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25060618, case address 2224 Northeast 15th Court, owner Kathleen McQuaid. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 10/14/25 and 11/19/25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/20/25, and this was a request for extension.
Okay, no extension granted.
The city is requesting to enter page 63 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025.
A little better now. No summer going on. I mean, I'm trying to.